Chapter 646. Lei Xingfeng realized that even a perfected Lord's secret sect was stronger than the Ming-Zhe Alliance's Heavenly Lords and even Dao Lords. These were two different secret sect systems. Lei Xingfeng finally understood why the cultivators in his hometown called the secret sects their sections. It turned out that their secret sects were the real secret sections. A Heavenly Lord's secret sect was better than a Dao Lord's or even a monarch's secret sect. This was the only advantage they had. Their secret sects were super developed. In terms of cultivation development, the cultivators in the secret sects were much weaker. However, the cultivators in the Ming-Zhe Alliance were much weaker in terms of secret sections. This meant that even if the restriction here was placed on him, it would not be able to restrict his own secret sect. It would also not be able to restrict his secret sect from entering the mirror realm. After understanding the local secret sects, Lei Xingfeng immediately understood this principle. After thinking it through, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the secret sect in the mirror realm was not restricted, he was not afraid of being restricted. After confirming this, Lei Xingfeng was completely relaxed. What else could he do? Even if he was punished, he was not afraid. At most, he would just leave. He said with a relaxed expression, "I believe that I did not violate the rules of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. I was just doing some private work." Qin Yan said, Be careful. Don't speak carelessly. I will help." Hai Yuanlang said, "Although I can't help much, I can still gather information and run errands." Xianfeng thanked them sincerely. With the help of the two of them, at least he wasn't in an ignorant state and could prepare for many things in advance. Qin Yan and Hai Yuanlang then left. Lei Xingfeng quietly returned to the mirror realm and then went to the ring crystal mine. Wu Yang and the others were there, working hard to excavate the ring crystal mine. He had to discuss the matter of the Ming-Zhe Alliance with Wu Yang and the others. It was not a big matter, but it was not a small matter either. It would depend on the internal strife of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. After Lei Xingfeng finished talking, Wu Yang and the others were silent. After a while, Thunderstorm said, "Feng, why don't you come back?" With Xianfeng's strength, if the higher-ups of the Ming-Zhe Alliance wanted to mess with him, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. The other party's strength was too strong. Even if Xianfeng was a Dao monarch, he wouldn't be able to resist at all, not to mention he was only a peak-stage heaven monarch. Wu Yang gritted his teeth. "Feng, if you can't do it, come back. You are too important to our secret sect. I don't want to take any risk." Gao Yi said, "It's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. Just stay here. If the situation is life-threatening, run. If not, you can still stay here." Lei Xingfeng said, "It won't be life-threatening." "Well, let's not talk about this first. We have to hurry up and excavate this mine. The mine should be empty now. The Ming-Zhe Alliance has sealed it. You guys can use brute force to excavate it. Try your best to dig it clean." Wu Yang said, "That's great. If there is no one down there, we can start excavating quickly." Using brute force to mine ores was more barbaric. They would directly grab the large rocks and ring crystals and put them into the hidden Luan space. Then, they would return to the mirror realm and dump them out. There would be low-level cultivators to sort them out. This way, the mining speed would be terrifying. In just a few days, they would be able to dig out everything below. Lei Xingfeng pointed in a few directions. They were all the directions of the mine. He said, "Dig along this side and this side. Dig all the way down. Don't leave any ring crystals behind." Gucci laughed. "I like this kind of digging method." Lei Xingfeng said, "I'm going back immediately. I'll only be back for a short time in the future." Thunderstorm said, "Be careful. If there is any danger, don't care about anything else and come back immediately." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Don't worry. I don't want to die yet." He immediately returned to the mirror realm and returned to his room. It took him less than half an hour to go back and forth. This kind of speed usually wouldn't be discovered. 10 days later, Qin Yan and Hai Yuanlang kept coming over. Lei Xingfeng realized that the Ming-Zhe alliance had made a big fuss this time. Many people were taken away by the law enforcement hall. Some came back and some didn't. This made the atmosphere of the Ming-Zhe alliance very tense. During this period, Bathsheba and the others came over a few times. They needed to establish some kind of alliance. Some things needed to be unified. However, in the last few days, Bathsheba and the others were also taken away by the law enforcement hall. Besides cultivating, Lei Xingfeng made all kinds of seal components. They were all seals that he designed himself. He didn't care about anything else. It was very quiet. Finally, one day, a group of people from the law enforcement hall came to the door. The leader was Bao Yan. He entered the door and said, "Lei Xingfeng, please come with me to the law enforcement hall." This time, he didn't say anything about assisting in the investigation. He just asked him to go to the law enforcement hall. Lei Xingfeng had a bad feeling in his heart. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Can I bring guards?" Bao Yan said expressionlessly, "No, you're not allowed to bring guards this time." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Can I say something to the guards?" Bao Yan said, "That's fine." Lei Xingfeng called the 4 guards over and whispered a few words to them. He then turned to Bao Yan and said, "Let's go." Bao Yan was very impressed by his calm appearance. Normally, if there were people from the law enforcement hall, there would be very few cultivators who could be so calm. When he came to the law enforcement hall, Lei Xingfeng saw Bathsheba, Aichi, and Grandpa Ma. The 3 of them were sitting in the hall and looked like they didn't care. When they saw Lei Xingfeng come in, they winked at him. Aichi's mouth twitched. Lei Xingfeng saw Terry sitting there. Terry said, "Okay, everyone is here. Lei Xingfeng, you sit too." Lei Xingfeng sat next to Aichi. He didn't ask anything and just looked at Terry expressionlessly. Terry said, "After investigation, the 4 of you have some problems. Therefore, the law enforcement hall announced the punishment for you. First, you have to give up the ring crystals that you excavated. Second, you have to compensate the Ming-Zhe alliance for their losses. The punishment is 1,000 big ring crystals." Before he could finish, Bathsheba shouted, "What do you mean? Giving back the ring crystals is fine. Why do you have to pay 1,000 big ring crystals? You are extorting us." Terry sneered and said, "This is the final punishment of the law enforcement hall. You don't agree?" Grandpa Ma quietly pulled Bathsheba away. 1,000 big ring crystals was nothing to them. This was not the time to complicate things. Bathsheba sat down domineeringly. Terry sneered and said, "There is a third punishment. Third, your secret door will be sealed, and you will be sent to the disciplinary camp for 2 years. This time, even Grandpa Ma couldn't remain calm. Everyone knew what the disciplinary camp was. It was a suicide squad. Dangerous missions would be issued to them at the first notice. Moreover, they would have to spend 2 years in battle. They were all hedonistic young masters. How could they endure such a thing?" Aichi said, "What kind of punishment is this? We were wronged." Bathsheba shouted, "I don't care about the disciplinary camp. But there is a problem with the punishment. Why is the punishment so heavy? I don't agree." Terry laughed sinisterly. "If you don't agree, we have already dealt with you leniently. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as the disciplinary camp. We would have sent you to the frontline camp. Hee hee, you don't agree? If you have the ability, I will change this punishment." Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, "This is the punishment. Are the 4 of us the same?" Terry said, "Yes, the 4 of you are the same." Lei Xingfeng knew that he was implicated. Even in his previous life, factional conflicts were very intense. He didn't say anything. This matter couldn't be rushed. When he left, he told the guards to find Lord Greenrock and wait for Lord Dima and Lord Qing Chu to come back. Then, they would try to solve the problem. It was meaningless to argue with Terry now. Aichi, Bathsheba, and Grandpa Ma all became nervous. Bathsheba was still alright, but Aichi and Grandpa Ma were truly nervous. One must know that their fighting strength was extremely weak. going to the disciplinary camp for 2 years was simply asking for their lives. Xian Feng, on the other hand, didn't mind, with his experience, not to mention his fighting strength. Just his status as a restriction master was enough for him to go anywhere. Terry didn't care about the arguments. He stood up and said, "The disciplinary hall has already decided. If you have the ability, go and change the punishment. I believe it will only be heavy, not light." After saying that, Terry left with his head held high. Ai Chi, Grandpa Ma, and Ba Sibo were so angry that they stomped their feet. But they also knew that once the disciplinary hall decided, it would be hard for them to make a comeback. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't shout. It's useless. No matter what, we are going to the disciplinary camp. We need help. You guys try to find help." Ba Siba and the others slowly calmed down. Ai Chi hugged his head and said, "Damn, it's really not going well recently. Everything is unlucky. Damn, it's so annoying." Grandpa Ma said, "All right, accept your punishment first. We'll talk about it later." His eyes were full of anger. Bao Yen came up and said, "Please take out the ring crystals and big ring crystals." Lei Xingfeng and the others looked at each other. Lei Xingfeng first took out a batch of ring crystals, but it was only a third of the original amount. Then, he took out 1,000 big ring crystals. It was impossible for Lei Xingfeng to say that it didn't hurt when he took out so many good things. This was a huge income. They all looked at Lei Xingfeng. No one was a fool. Anyway, no one knew how much the 4 of them had dug. This ambush was worth it. Bao Yen looked at the amount and nodded with satisfaction. Well, since everyone has accepted their punishment, there's nothing more to say. You guys can't go home for now. The disciplinary hall will rest for a day. After that, you will be sent directly to the disciplinary camp. Chapter 647. It was truly swift and decisive. The 4 of them were a little dazed. This was too fast, and they were completely unprepared. After Bao Yen left, Lei Xingfeng said, "We must have been tricked." Bath said tyrannically, "Let's wait and see. I don't believe that a disciplinary camp can do anything to me." Ai Chi said, "Damn it. I didn't prepare anything. Damn it. Grandpa Ma, is there anyone here? It's best to find someone to report back." Grandpa Ma said, "Even if there is someone, do you think you can find them when they are on guard?" Lei Xingfeng said, "These 2 years won't be easy. Since they dared to sentence us, they must have backup plans in the disciplinary camp. I'm curious, who do you have such a big grudge with that I'm unlucky?" Ai Chi said, "It's okay. Wait for my family to do something, and we can come back." Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "If you have help in your family, you might be able to come back earlier. I'm in trouble. No one will say anything. I guess I can only come back after 2 years." He continued, "The precondition is that you don't go to the battlefield. If you go to the battlefield, God knows if you can come back alive." Among the 4 of them, only Ba Siba didn't care. After all, he was already a Tao Monarch expert. After reaching the Tao Monarch level, his ability to protect himself was much stronger. He was still far from being a Heaven Monarch. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng had advanced to the peak stage of the Heaven Monarch realm, and his strength had increased tremendously. In addition, he obtained a Thunder Star Beast's heart. His strength had increased to a level that even Lei Xingfeng couldn't understand. Grandpa Ma and Ai Chi had bitter expressions. Although they were also Heaven Monarchs, they were only at the initial stage. In the past, they were always surrounded by a group of guards and weren't afraid of the dangers outside. Even if there was danger, there would be guards to block it. However, they weren't allowed to bring guards to the disciplinary camp. The 4 of them were all frowning, but Xian Feng didn't have much resistance in his heart. He believed that Qing Yen would think of a way. As long as Dima and Qing Chu returned, then he believed that he would be able to return to the main hall of prohibition. The key was to survive in the disciplinary camp. If he died, then everything would be over. Only by living would there be hope. On the second day, Bao Yen brought a group of people from the law enforcement hall and brought the 4 of them to the large teleportation gate of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. There was a total of more than 30 people escorting them. Other than Lei Xingfeng, no one else could die, at least not before entering the disciplinary camp. If they died, there would be big trouble. The higher-ups of the disciplinary hall knew this very well, which was why they arranged so many guards. When they were about to reach the portal, Lei Xingfeng asked, "Old AI, where is the disciplinary camp?" AI Chi said, "I heard that it's on a very distant continent. It's very far from our Mingze continent and requires a large teleportation gate to get there." Bath said tyrannically, "Don't mention it. Even if you have a secret door, you won't be able to get there. Moreover, once we get there, they will seal our secret door. We won't be able to escape." Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't plan on running away. It's just 2 years. It'll be over soon." In his heart, he felt that it was a waste of time. With this time, he could have obtained a lot of information on restrictions, obtained a lot of ore points, and established a lot of connections. Now that he was sentenced to the disciplinary camp, all of this was over. He could only wait until he came back to start anew. Through the large teleportation gate, the group arrived at a foreign continent. Lei Xingfeng asked Bao Yen, "What continent is this?" A continent with a name was a famous continent. It usually meant that there were large amounts of resources. Bao Yen said indifferently, "This is indeed a very famous continent. It's called the Scarlet Continent." Bath Ba, Ai Chi, and Grandpa Ma's faces all changed. The disciplinary camp had many camps and was split into many parts. The cruelest place was the Scarlet Continent. There were constant battles all year round. Other than the disciplinary camp, the Death Vanguard camp also had a camp here. The Death Vanguard camp was even crueler than the disciplinary camp. They were all felons, pure cannon fodder. They had to be extremely strong in order to survive. As for whether they could escape, it was hard to say. It was said that there was basically no one in the Death Vanguard camp who could live for more than 2 years. The only way to escape from the Death Vanguard camp was to advance to the Monarch rank. As long as one could advance to the Monarch rank, there would be no crime. Of course, the disciplinary camp was the same. As long as one advanced to the Monarch rank, one could also openly return to the Ming-Zhe Alliance. The biggest difference between the disciplinary camp and the Death Vanguard camp was that one had a term of imprisonment while the other was life imprisonment. The disciplinary camp had a term of service. Lei Xingfeng also knew that their sentence of 2 years was considered light. This was mainly because their crimes were too light. Such a sentence was already very unfair. They followed Bao Yen and flew forward. After about half an hour, the group entered the disciplinary camp. This place was rather desolate. The entire ground was red. Of course, this was not because of blood. The soil here was red. There were no plants, not even moss. There were also no animals. Instead, there were a few volcanoes in the distance that were spewing out thick smoke. The ground was filled with cracks. The small cracks were the size of a palm, while the large cracks were a few feet wide. As the wind blew, the sand hit their faces. The weather was extremely dry. Bao Yen said, "There is a lack of water here." Ba Si Ba said angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The few of them did not have any experience in the wilderness. Ever since Lei Xingfeng crossed the bridge, he had suffered from a lack of resources. Therefore, in his hidden Luan space, there was always a large amount of food and water. This was his accumulated experience. Ai Chi and Grandpa Ma's face turned bitter. Although they would bring food, they rarely brought water. The two of them did not know what to do. They had never experienced a lack of water for even a day. There were craggy rocks and active volcanoes everywhere. Dust flew everywhere. The extremely dry weather made it difficult for them to breathe. The entire disciplinary camp was built on a pile of rock. These rocks were huge, and each of them was like a small mountain. Walking into the camp, there was an empty space in the middle. When the group of people stood still, A group of people slowly walked out from the surrounding piles of rocks. Each of them looked haggard, and their eyes were glowing with a green light. They stared at the group of people, and some of them even made strange sounds from their throats. Some of them even let out strange sneers, and some of them even let out strange sneers. Whether it was Lei Xingfeng, Ai Qi, Grandpa Ma, or even Ba Si Ba who was the best at fighting, they all felt a chill. The people here seemed a little abnormal. Bao Yan handed over the procedures to the people in the camp. The person who came was a captain of the disciplinary camp. He was a mid-level Dao Lord Old Ancestor. He had a brandy nose and was very arrogant and rude. He tilted his head and looked at the four of them. He clicked his tongue and said, "This is amazing. There is actually a restriction master. This is amazing. There is even a Dao Lord Old Ancestor. Haha, interesting, interesting." Ba Si Ba looked at him coldly. Even if the other party was a mid-level Dao Lord, he was not afraid. Ai Qi and Grandpa Ma were used to being arrogant and did not see eye to eye with each other. However, they had just arrived and were temporarily suppressing themselves. Therefore, they did not speak and just looked at this person indifferently. That person said, "Remember, I am the captain here. In this camp, I have the final say. I don't care what you are in the headquarters of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. Now that you are here, if you don't listen to my orders, you will completely regret it. Why did you let your mother give birth to you?" Lei Xingfeng and the others just stood there lazily and listened to this person's lecture. They had no choice. They had just arrived and could not be arrogant. They had to understand the situation first. Bao Yan said, "I have also brought the supplies for the camp this time. Stubble Boy, find a few people to receive the supplies." Stubble Boy? What a strange name. This person was like a bird and made people very unhappy. Lei Xingfeng and Ba Si Ba looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with disdain. Just a mid-level Dao Lord. What was there to be arrogant about? Stubble Boy said, "All right, that person. Oh right, old Gula, bring people to receive the supplies. We all know the rules. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, I will skin you. Go. Go." Bao Yan looked at Lei Xingfeng and the others and turned to leave. His mission was completed. The four of them stood in the open space, and the stubbled youth said, "The rules here are no rules. In this camp, if you want to keep your life, there are only two things. Keep your eyes sharp and your mind active. If you are stupid, then don't blame me for not reminding you. You will die very quickly." Stubble Boy said, "Also, food and water can be received once every 40 to 50 days. Of course, if you are prepared, then even if I don't say it, there is one last thing. Find a place to stay. The area is within the camp. You can find a place without people. You can even snatch one, as long as you have the ability." After that, Stubble Boy turned and left. Lei Xingfeng said loudly, "Killing people here is not a problem?" Stubble Boy did not even turn his head. He laughed and said, "Of course. You deserve to die. Even if you die, no one will blame you for killing people. You will still be killed. Haha, kid, take care of yourself." This was scary. Lei Xingfeng and the others were not strong enough to protect themselves. In the disciplinary camp, there seemed to be many Dao Lord level experts. They slowly surrounded them. Baspa stood in front and whispered, "What do we do? Kill them?" Ai Qi's legs turned to jelly. With such a large group of people staring at him with green eyes, no one would feel comfortable. He was a hedonistic son, not a brave warrior. Looking at the unfriendly gazes around him, he couldn't stop trembling. Although Grandpa Ma's mouth was sharp, he was also helpless in such a terrifying situation. Lei Xingfeng said, "Killing is definitely not possible. There are too many people and experts. We can't win." Baspa looked at the approaching crowd. His eyes shone with excitement. The greater the pressure, the greater the rebound. He was instinctively excited about battle. Lei Xingfeng whispered, "Who can stall for time?" Grandpa Ma's mouth was sharp. He said, "Damn, I'll do it." Ai-Chi could not stand. He took a step back and tried to rely on Baspa to absorb energy. Chapter 648. Lei Xingfeng held Basiba back. This guy actually wanted to fight. He did not care how many cultivators there were. There were more than 100 of them, including many Tao Lord Realm Patriarchs and Heaven Lord Realm cultivators. Even if he was outnumbered, he would be crushed to death. Grandpa Ma suppressed the fear in his heart and asked, "Who's the leader?" The group of people continued to let out horrifying whispers. It felt like the big bad wolf had seen Little Red Riding Hood. Lei Xingfeng knew that he was in deep trouble. He said, "Even if you want to fight, buy me a few minutes." He had a simple killing array that he could set up quickly. This was something he had figured out at home. It was to prevent himself from being ganged up on or bullied by high-level cultivators. It was made up of 7 joint restriction components. As long as these 7 components were placed in the right place, it would immediately form a killing array. Lei Xingfeng needed a few minutes. Once this killing array was formed, he would have time to set up a big killing array. Moreover, it was a lightning-type thunder killing array. Basiba said, "I'll do it. Let's do it together. I should be able to buy you a few minutes." Ai-Chi said, "Sai, how are we going to block this?" Lei Xingfeng said calmly, "If we can't block it, we will all die." The group of people was getting closer. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't let anyone get close to me." As he spoke, he quickly shot out a joint component. It instantly floated to the left of his body. Following that, he shot out a series of components. Basiba released his true body. Generally speaking, a Tao Lord Realm Patriarch would not be willing to do so. It meant that they were going all out. If their true body collapsed, their seals would collapse. If their seals collapsed, it meant that their entire person would collapse. Of course, after releasing their true body, their combat strength would skyrocket. If the opponent was at the same level and did not release their true body, they would definitely not be able to defeat the cultivator who released his true body. When Basiba released his true body, the group of cultivators hesitated. After all, Basiba was a Tao Lord Patriarch. Releasing his true body meant that he was going to fight with his life on the line. In the disciplinary camp, there were people who released their true bodies to fight. However, it was rare for someone to do so. This was especially true for this group of people. They had no intention of fighting with their lives on the line. Instantly, some of the Heaven Monarch realm cultivators began to retreat. There were disadvantages to having more people. The more people there were, the more they would shirk responsibility. No one was willing to fight with a Tao Lord Realm Patriarch. Regardless of whether they could win or not, whoever went first would be the unlucky one. The other party had made it clear that he was going all out. On the contrary, they did not dare to push too hard. The group that was slowly closing in suddenly stopped. In the midst of their hesitation, they gave Lei Xingfeng time. He did not need much time. In just a few minutes, the 7 joint components floated around him. At this time, he took out the final seal control hub. The other party also reacted. So what if they were going all out? They had more than a dozen Tao Lord Realm Patriarchs. The other party was only a Tao Lord Realm Patriarch. There was nothing to worry about. If they all went all out, the other party's true body would definitely collapse. Among the group, there was an extremely ferocious-looking guy who suddenly shouted, "Damn it, a bunch of little bastards. You scared me. Everyone, attack. Who are you trying to scare by putting up a desperate front?" Lei Xingfeng said eerily, "Basiba, withdraw your true body." Although Basiba wanted to fight, there were so many people on the other side. He was still a little afraid. Hearing this, he immediately withdrew his true body and said, "How is it?" Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Don't panic. I'm ready. Grandpa Ma asked them to scram. Otherwise, I'll take their lives." Grandpa Ma knew that Lei Xingfeng was an extremely skilled seal master. Ai-Chi had praised him many times. When he heard Lei Xingfeng's order, his courage was instantly bolstered. He took a step forward and shouted, "All of you, listen up. Scram." Otherwise, I'll take your lives. There were more than 10,000 prisoners in this camp, and even the weakest of them was a true lord. However, a true lord would only be the target of bullying here. Most of them were heavenly lords, and only 10% of them were Tao Lord Patriarch. On top of the boulder in the campsite, there were many people who were watching the show. Seeing the 4 people who were all alone and saying such arrogant words, they immediately burst into laughter. On one hand, they were laughing at the 4 people who didn't seem to understand the situation. On the other hand, they were laughing at the group of people who were surrounding them. Until now, they had only said that they didn't practice. They were too weak. After shouting, the group of people started to quicken their pace. They were originally only 100 meters away from Lei Xingfeng's group. Following the shouting, they quickly closed in. Bathsheba turned around and said, "What do we do?" Grandpa Ma's face was completely pale. He looked at the group of people who were surrounding them with a little panic. He knew that once the battle started, they would be quickly drowned in the crowd. The chances of survival were extremely slim. It seemed like the other party was already prepared to kill them, even if they had only helped by Xia once. Ai Qi's legs were shaking like a sieve, and his teeth were chattering. Lei Xingfeng, on the other hand, was calm and composed. Ai Qi and Grandpa Ma could not compare to the battle scenes he had seen. Even Bathsheba was far behind. Before he stepped on the path of cultivation, he was already a hunter. After cultivating, he had experienced many battles. Whether it was in terms of knowledge or battle experience, he was far superior to the other 3. Ai Qi's lips were trembling as he said, They're surrounding, coming up, what do we do?" Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "You guys don't know what's good for you. You dare to bully us with so few people? Go." 7 shadows shot out. In an instant, the 7 sets of joint components arrived at the calculated position. Lei Xingfeng did not hesitate to activate this simple killing formation. Since the other party wanted his life, then he had to pay the price. Lei Xingfeng did not doubt the other party's malice. Whether they wanted to kill him immediately or capture him, it was not something he could tolerate. At this time, his cultivation was not enough. If he fought, the possibility of losing was very high. There was almost no hope of winning. He was not stupid enough to fight directly with the other party. So he released the restriction formation and fought with the other party. When the restriction core was activated, a flash of lightning flashed. In an instant, the 7 joint components formed into a whole and disappeared. The biggest flaw of this restriction formation was the 7 joint component. If they were destroyed in the process of being shot out, then Lei Xingfeng would not be able to do anything. This was the only flaw, and also the only chance to break this restriction. Once it was activated, this flaw would disappear. Lei Xingfeng shouted, "Get close to me." This restriction formation did not cover a large area. After all, it was a killing formation set up quickly. This killing formation could only cover a circular area with a diameter of 100 to 300 meters. With this restriction circle, Lei Xingfeng could set up an even more powerful killing formation, the Thunder Killing Formation. At this point, Lei Xingfeng planned to establish his dominance. No matter how many people he killed, he would not have any psychological burden. He knew that in this place there were many perverts. Only by scaring them off would he be able to pass the next 2 years peacefully. Lei Xingfeng said, "Protect me, or everyone will die." This distance was not enough to block everyone outside. Bathsheba was already fighting with someone. However, that person was at a disadvantage. From time to time, lightning would strike down crazily. Lei Xingfeng began to focus on setting up the Thunder Killing Formation. He had already prepared several sets of Thunder Killing Formations. There were large-scale Thunder Killing Formation components, as well as small-scale ones. As long as the restriction components were placed in the appropriate position, it would be fine. The huge pressure increased Lei Xingfeng's speed of setting up the formation. He set it up methodically. This time, even Ai Qi was risking his life. Although he was beaten up badly, he still fought with Grandpa Ma. The crowd outside was in an uproar. Although the sky was filled with lightning, it could not kill anyone inside the circle. However, the characteristic of lightning was that even if it could not kill you, it would still make it difficult for you to move. More and more people came to watch the show. There were tens of thousands of cultivators in this camp. This battle had attracted most of the prisoners. Lei Xingfeng shouted, "Follow me." As he spoke, he rushed into the crowd. He raised his hand and shot out a series of lightning. When he was free, he also shot out restriction components. There were about 60 people besieging Lei Xingfeng and the others. Most of them were immobilized by the lightning. Only a few people with decent cultivation could still fight. However, their efficiency was far from enough. Ba Siba's mission was to send those who came close flying. He did not want to kill them. He only wanted them to not disturb Lei Xingfeng. The stubbled guy also returned to the scene. He stood on a huge rock and watched with a gloomy face. After watching for about 10 minutes, he ordered the people around him, "Send some more experts. I don't believe that those 4 brats can withstand so many experts." Immediately, someone left quickly. After a while, another group of people appeared. They were all experts at the Tao Lord realm. There was no lack of famous experts in the disciplinary camp. These people surrounded the people in the field and began to circle around them, looking for loopholes in the restriction. Lei Xingfeng had already seen them. He knew that these people were hostile. It seemed that they were unwilling to admit defeat and had sent powerful experts over again. Lei Xingfeng shouted, "Stall for time." Lei Xingfeng had already set up more than half of the restriction thunder-killing array. He had done his best to set it up. This kind of restriction-killing array was very complicated. It needed to be prepared in the right direction and in the right order. Lei Xingfeng was very calm. He shot out restriction components one after another. He did not believe that he could not complete this restriction-killing array. Lei Xingfeng had once killed a mid-level Tao Lord Realm ancestor in the Wei Chang continent. At that time, the restriction-killing array was not as good as the current one. After learning in the restriction main hall, his understanding of restrictions was much stronger than before. In addition, he had obtained many top-grade talents in the restriction main hall. The lightning-killing array he refined was much stronger. As long as he set it up successfully, he was confident that he could kill the stubbled guy even if he came. Chapter 649. After nearly half an hour, Baspa, Aichi, and Grandpa Ma were all as tired as dogs. They opened their mouths and panted heavily. Even if they managed to send the people near them flying, the 3 of them were exhausted. Suddenly, the people who were still wandering around the periphery joined forces and attacked the entire restriction crazily. Lei Xingfeng was almost unable to control the restriction's core. The other party's concentrated fire increased the pressure on him. Of course, those who were attacking from the outside didn't care about the people inside the killing formation. Some of their attacks landed on the formation, while some landed on the cultivators inside the killing formation. One attack killed 7 or 8 people inside the formation. These people didn't care at all and focused their fire crazily. Instantly, the people in the killing formation fell. Even Baspa, Aichi, and Grandpa Ma were injured. Baspa was injured to protect Lei Xingfeng. He knew very well that if Lei Xingfeng was injured and couldn't set up the restriction, none of the 4 of them would survive. With this knowledge, Baspa risked his life to protect Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng was in the final stage of setting up. There were only a few restriction components left to form a new thunder-killing formation. This was an improved thunder-killing formation. Lei Xingfeng originally planned to use it in the Mirror Realm. He didn't expect to be forced to use it here. Baspa said, "This is F*King satisfying. This is the first time I've had such a satisfying battle." Aichi scolded, "You're crazy. Brother Lei, how is it?" Lei Xingfeng said in a low voice, "Hold on a little longer." Grandpa Ma's voice sounded like he was about to cry. He said, "Brother Lei, hurry up. I can't hold on any more." Lei Xingfeng said, "Even if you can't hold on, you have to. Otherwise, we'll all die." The attacks of the people outside became even more frenzied. Xian Feng brought the three of them to dodge back and forth within the restriction, while the people within the restriction were basically all dead. Xian Feng realized that he was about to run out of shields. Every time he dodged, he would purposely hide behind the people who surrounded him, thus the ones who took the brunt of the attacks became their enemies. If those people could still speak, they would all be cursing loudly. However, the people on the periphery simply ignored them and continued to attack crazily. Lei Xingfeng relaxed the restriction attack slightly. Suddenly, the remaining cultivators did not attack Lei Xingfeng and the others. Instead, they attacked the people outside. They had no choice. The threat was too great. If they could not block the attacks from outside, they would be killed immediately. The stubbled young man's face was even more unsightly. He gave a few more orders before turning his head to look. The following scene made him feel incredulous. A large killing array suddenly appeared and directly enveloped the people attacking from the periphery. Even some of the surrounding boulders were affected. One must know that the boulders around the empty field were full of cultivators. They were all gloating and laughing loudly. There were also people clapping their hands and jumping non-stop. In an instant, they were affected by the large array. As soon as the killing array was activated, the entire sky darkened. Lei Xingfeng released dozens of big thunder crystals in one breath. He was about to go crazy. This was too much of a bully. He had just entered the camp and they already arranged for people to besiege him. He could forget about living peacefully for the next 2 years. Since he was not living well, then there was no need to be polite. Kill. The stubbled young man knew that things were not good. He originally planned to send people to provoke the other party and capture the 4 people. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. If he wanted to beat them, he could scold them. In addition, he also planned to extort them. He knew that the 4 people were rich. However, he did not expect that the other party, a restriction grandmaster, was so powerful that he could directly set up a large restriction array. He did not even know how it was set up. Moreover, he had not sealed the opponent's secret door. The stubbled young man was secretly regretting. He should not have been so anxious. The current situation was a bit difficult to get off. He did not know how to deal with it. He could only mobilize people and capture the 4 people or directly kill them. Otherwise, this matter would become big. Lei Xingfeng's group of 4 went crazy. With the help of the thunder-killing formation, their strength increased exponentially. With the thunder-killing formation, they wouldn't be afraid even if a high-level Dao monarch old ancestor came. However, this wasn't the main camp of the disciplinary camp. This was just a subcamp. Where did such a powerful expert come from? Once the thunder-killing array was activated, Lei Xingfeng and the other 3 people were completely safe. The restriction array that was activated at the beginning was a very simple restriction. Once the other party rushed in recklessly or gathered hundreds of people outside to attack together, this simple restriction array would not be able to withstand. Fortunately, they did not know much about restrictions and did not know about Lei Xingfeng's methods. This gave Lei Xingfeng the opportunity to set up his own thunder-killing array. Lei Xingfeng was secretly lucky. If he did not prepare in advance, once he was in such a dangerous situation, it would be useless no matter how good he was at learning restrictions and how brilliant his methods were. The idea of setting up restrictions in the middle of a battle was even stronger. He planned to study this method in the future after this matter was settled. The thunder-killing array was a terrifying method of killing. This kind of restriction method was not even recorded in the restriction main hall. Lei Xingfeng obtained it from the magnetic storm mountain range. After Lei Xingfeng's learning and improvement, the power of the thunder-killing array was already one of Lei Xingfeng's trump cards. Dazzling light and deafening thunder resounded. In an instant, a large number of cultivators on the giant rocks at the edge of the empty field were wiped out. The power of the thunderbolt was extremely terrifying. With just one strike, it had killed hundreds of people. Only heaven monarchs of the advanced heaven monarch realm could barely resist it. Those below the advanced heaven monarch realm were all turned into ashes. The stubbled young man was also frightened. He was stunned for a moment and immediately shouted, "Stop! Damn it! Stop!" How could Lei Xingfeng hear his shout? The surrounding was filled with the sound of thunder and lightning. Of course, even if he heard it, he would not care. It was not easy to set up the thunder-killing array. Of course, he had to go on a killing spree first. No matter what, if he stopped now, he would be courting death. Ba Si Ba stood beside Xian Feng, watching with his mouth agape. He never knew that a restriction could be so powerful, killing so many enemies in such a large area. Ai Qi and Old Ma were almost paralyzed. The might of lightning had always been the most frightening. Lei Xingfeng instantly used up 4 big thunder crystals. He activated the thunder-killing array to the maximum. According to his plan, he would kill a bunch of people first. Everyone in the discipline camp saw countless lightning bolts appearing out of thin air and striking down continuously. Every bolt of lightning brought with it a shocking sound of thunder. The entire discipline camp was in chaos. Many cultivators turned and ran. Those who had not reached the Tao Lord realm felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Some perfected lords were even trembling in fear. Lei Xingfeng began to direct the lightning bolts to kill those Tao Lord realm cultivators. Since the stubbled young man said that killing people here was not a crime, then he would kill to his heart's content. If they died, then so be it. They deserved it. These were the words of the stubbled young man. He said it in front of everyone in the discipline camp. Lei Xingfeng naturally thought that they could kill as they pleased. As long as you had the ability, you would either be killed or killed. Lei Xingfeng naturally chose to kill. The stubbled young man stared blankly at the violent thunder-killing array. He felt a chill in his heart. Only now did he know why the Ming-Zhe alliance respected a restriction master so much. As long as a restriction master was given enough time, he would not care about a group of Tao Lord Realm patriarchs. Dozens of lightning bolts struck a Tao Lord Realm patriarch. He only struggled for a few breaths of time before he was completely drowned by the lightning. When his defense collapsed, he was completely reduced to ashes. One of the Tao Lord Realm patriarchs had no choice but to release his true body. However, as soon as he released his true body, it was hit by hundreds of lightning bolts before it could materialize. Instantly, his true body collapsed. The periphery was in chaos. Bao Yen handed over the materials and was about to leave when he saw a dazzling light and thunder in the distance. He asked, "What's wrong?" Someone shouted, "Quick, run! What a powerful lightning bolt!" Dead. So many people are dead. The new restriction master has gone crazy. Bao Yen was stunned. He hurriedly flew toward the thunder and lightning with a group of subordinates behind him. The group of people quickly arrived at the edge of the empty field. He immediately saw the stubbled young man in a daze and asked, "What happened? Why is there a restriction array here?" He did not think that this was set up by Lei Xingfeng. No restriction master could set up a restriction array without preparation. The stubbled young man looked at Bao Yen blankly. Suddenly, he woke up and said anxiously, "Who are the people who sent us this time?" Bao Yen said, "4 little guys. They are a bunch of trash." The stubbled young man's brandy nose was fiery red, as if it was about to burn. He tilted his head and said, "They are the trash you are talking about. They killed at least dozens of my Tao Lord Realm experts. They are still killing, but I can't stop them. They are the trash you are talking about? F***ck, you tricked me, didn't you?" Bao Yen was also stunned. He said, "I am only responsible for sending them here. As for why this happened, it has nothing to do with me." He immediately cleared his name. Besides, he did not know what happened, but his intuition told him that there was trouble. The stubbled young man flew into a rage and said, "This is not over. F***ck, go back and tell Terry that this was started by him. Tell him. F***ck, find a way. So many people have died. Even I can't hide it." Bao Yan's face changed. A few people dying in the disciplinary camp was nothing, but hundreds of people died. It was not a small matter. He said, "What did you do? Right, why do they have a restriction array?" He really did not understand. He said, "There was a restriction killing array here?" The stubbled young man cursed. "What restriction killing array? This is F***king. They set it up on the spot." Who the F***ck knew that restriction master was so powerful? Chapter 650. Bao Yan turned around and left, saying, "This has nothing to do with me. I've already completed the task of sending them off and handing them over. This responsibility is yours, not mine." Bao Yan shouted, "You're not allowed to leave." Bao Yan said coldly, "You're just a small disciplinary camp captain. How dare you control the people of the law enforcement hall? Do you believe that I'll send you to the Death Vanguard camp? You ignorant fool, scram." Bao Yan was furious. Bao Yan was just a beginner Tao Lord Patriarch, yet he dared to talk to him like that. He said, "I'll F***king slap you." "Slap?" Bao Yan said in disbelief. "You dare hit me?" Bao Yan said, "So what if I hit you? Are you going to F***king bite me?" With a wave of his hand, hundreds of Tao Lord Patriarchs came forward. Bao Yan knew that this guy was going crazy. He turned around and left saying, "Kill me if you can." With a group of subordinates, he flew out. The stubbled kid's mouth moved a bit, but no sound came out. He really wanted to grab the bodyguard and ruthlessly torture him, but he also knew that the consequences were not something he could bear. In the end, he didn't order the bodyguard to stay and watched him leave. He was so angry that his nose was about to burn. It was simply shining red. Bao Yan almost pissed his pants as he ran away. He went back and complained that this guy was a lunatic. He actually dared to attack the people of the law enforcement hall. Lei Xingfeng quickly filled up the large thunder crystals. Because there were no more cultivators attacking the thunder-killing formation, Lei Xingfeng had an easier time. He quickly killed all the cultivators in the circle before stopping the formation. The ground was a mess. It was full of the smell of burnt meat, but there was no trace of people. With such dense lightning, it was very difficult to find any traces. It was clean and refreshing. If it wasn't for the smell of meat in the air, who would have thought that this thunder-killing array could kill so many people so quickly? When the lightning disappeared, only Lei Xingfeng and the other three were left standing on the empty ground. Basiba looked on in shock. He couldn't understand how this seal could be so powerful to be able to kill so many cultivators. Many of them were Tao Lords and old ancestors. It was too frightening for them to die so silently. Ai Chi and Grandpa Ma's expression changed. They were filled with awe and fear towards Lei Xingfeng. They never thought that Lei Xingfeng would be so ferocious. He said he would kill, and not leave a single one alive. Lei Xingfeng stared at the stubbled kid and said indifferently, "Hey, is there anyone else who wants to spar with me?" The stubbled kid looked constipated. He pointed at Lei Xingfeng and said, "Brat, you're ruthless. You've killed so many people, just wait for your bad luck." Xian Feng didn't even care about his words as he roared, "Who the fuck else is coming? Who dares to fight with me?" All the cultivators had fear in their eyes. Most of the people Lei Xingfeng killed were the stubbled kid's trusted subordinate. Every one of them was a tyrant in the discipline camp. It could be said that there was no one in the discipline camp who didn't hate him. However, they were all killed by Lei Xingfeng this time, which allowed them to vent their anger. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to go up and fight with Lei Xingfeng. Basiba whispered, "Brother Lei is so domineering. I like it. This is a real man." What was madness? Lei Xingfeng was now threatening the entire discipline camp. He was just a peak-stage heaven monarch, not even a Tao Lord. Yet, he dared to be so arrogant. Not to mention Bathsheba, even the people in the discipline camp were impressed. Lei Xingfeng continued to shout, "Didn't you want to kill us? Come on. Damn a bunch of cowards, cowards! Bastards, come on!" Standing in the thunder-killing array, Lei Xingfeng was really fearless. After all, he had killed so many people. He wouldn't object to killing a little more. The stubbled kid was flustered and exasperated. He shouted without thinking, You! Come out if you dare!" Lei Xingfeng sneered and said, "Idiot, you are so stupid. Does your family know?" He burst into laughter. The originally tense and oppressive atmosphere instantly relaxed a little. Bathsheba, Ai Chi, and Grandpa Ma were laughing so hard that they couldn't breathe. Lei Xingfeng was still doubting whether he was joking. They were all laughing like crazy. The stubbled kid was almost angered to death. He couldn't even speak clearly. He had never seen anyone speak like this in his life. Ai Chi finally stopped laughing and said, "What should we do now?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Take medicine and rest. What else can we do?" Grandpa Ma despised Ai Chi and said, "Idiot, if you walk out now, that guy can't wait for you to do so." Ai Chi said, "Oh my God, are we going to stay here for 2 years?" Lei Xingfeng said calmly, 2 years? You think we will stay here for 2 years? Ai Chi said, "We can't go out. If this continues, won't we start a confrontation? We might not be able to leave for 2 years. Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, "It won't be 2 years. Don't worry." Ai Chi's mind was in a mess. He muttered to himself, "Not 2 years, how long will it take?" Bathsheba looked down on Ai Chi and said, "Little Chi, calm down. Don't be so scared that you pee your pants. I can't stand seeing you like this. Don't be a coward. Be more stubborn." The stubbled kid couldn't find a way to deal with the 4 people in a short time. He ordered, "Trap them. I don't believe that they can run to anywhere. As long as they come out, I will definitely capture them alive. I will treat them well." The stubbled kid didn't want to stay a moment longer. He turned and left. There were about 100 people gathered outside the restriction circle. They sat there and waited. They didn't dare to fight their way in, but they could still wait. Bathsheba, Ai Chi, and Grandpa Ma all drank healing medicine. They had good medicine in their hands, so their injuries were quickly healed. They sat beside Lei Xingfeng and looked outside worriedly. Lei Xingfeng held his chin in a daze. His mind was like a pot of boiling water. He racked his brains, trying to find a way to escape. Ai Chi was still muttering to himself, "What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" Lei Xingfeng said, "You can use the secret door to leave. They didn't have time to seal it anyway." Ai Chi curled his lips and said, "Don't treat me like a fool. Even if there is a secret door, I don't dare to leave. If I leave, there will be more trouble. I'm afraid of trouble. It's troublesome." Grandpa Ma laughed and said, "Old Chi is crazy. I say, Old Chi, since it's already like this, there's no need to be troubled. Just do what you need to do." As he said that, he took out a water jar and poured a cup of water for Ai Chi. Ai Chi raised his head and gulped it down. He said, "I'm really thirsty." "All right, does everyone feel hot?" Bathsheba laughed and said, "You are really numb. This is the Scarlet Continent, the hottest place. We are done for. We are in big trouble now." Grandpa Ma said, "What do you mean we are done for? Is there anything more dangerous than just now?" Bathsheba said with a serious expression, "More serious than just now. How much food and water did we bring?" Ai Chi said, "What's the problem?" "I didn't bring much. Right, food and water. Sigh." He then reacted. After all, they had everything at home. Even if they didn't have anything, there was someone to worry about them. Even if they went out, he didn't bring anything. With a large group of guards, he didn't have to worry at all. Grandpa Ma was also at a loss. He said, "What the hell? Why didn't anyone remind me? I didn't bring much either." "All right, old man, how much did you bring?" Ba smiled helplessly and said, "Who remembered to bring these things? If there's nothing to eat, we can just hunt. Water, where is there no water?" Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, "There's no water here. Didn't you notice? Not only is it dry and hot here, there are no plants or animals. Other than us, the other things will probably have to be sent in from outside." Ba punched the ground and said, "Outrageous! How could it be in such a dangerous place?" Lei Xingfeng said, "What are you panicking for? You didn't bring anything, but I did." Ba Ai-Chi, and Grandpa Ma instantly smiled. As long as there was someone to bring them, there was nothing to be afraid of. Ba was never a bootlicker. He couldn't help but say, "Brother Lei, you're really amazing. You already knew?" Lei Xingfeng said, "What do I know? When cultivators go out, who doesn't prepare more food and water? Do you really think that there will be someone to prepare everything for you?" Ai-Chi hugged his head and said, "Ever since I was unlucky a while ago, I haven't had a smooth time. I've been unlucky non-stop." Grandpa Ma said, "I wanted to stay away from you. It was originally quite smooth, but ever since I met you, I've been unlucky. Sigh. I even ended up in the disciplinary camp. If it wasn't for Brother Lei, I would have been unlucky the moment I entered the camp." Ba also nodded and said, "Seems like it's true. Old Chi, is it because of you?" Ai-Chi shouted, "What do you mean? What do you mean? You're looking down on me." Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "If we're looking down on you, we'll just throw you out. I believe that's the real unlucky one." Ai-Chi immediately covered his mouth. He was frightened. Ba and Grandpa Ma couldn't help but laugh. Ba patted Ai-Chi's shoulder and said, "All right, if you wanted to throw him out, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Don't King scare yourself." Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "You don't know the pain of a cultivator. You probably haven't suffered much since you started cultivating." Ba sighed and said, "It's not that we don't want to suffer. It's just that we don't have many opportunities. Most of us are in the Ming-Zhe Alliance. There are very few opportunities to go out." Chapter 651. Lei Xingfeng said, "It's you guys who don't want to go out, not that you can't." His words hit the nail on the head. Whether it was Baspa, Grandpa Ma, or Ai-Chi, none of them were willing to leave the Ming-Zhe Alliance. After all, it was too comfortable at home, and it was inconvenient to go out. Baspa was speechless. He liked to fight, but he was also very lazy. Ai-Chi and Grandpa Ma were even more so. Asking them to go to the outer continent was the same as asking for their lives. If they could hide, they would hide. If they could not go, they would not go. This was their mentality, and they had been raised to laziness by their luxurious lives. After guarding the thunder-killing array for 3 days, this matter had alarmed the Ming-Zhe Alliance headquarters and the disciplinary camp's supervisor. The camp that the stubborn guy was in charge of was just a branch camp of the disciplinary camp. He was not an important officer, and he was only in charge of a small camp. He did not have any authority in the Ming-Zhe Alliance. As this place was far away from the Ming-Zhe Alliance, and the nature of the disciplinary camp, it had nurtured his arrogance. However, when the Ming-Zhe Alliance headquarters and the disciplinary camp headquarters were alerted, this matter was blown out of proportion. Lei Xingfeng's thunder-killing array had killed too many people. Even if he wanted to cover it up, he could not. Moreover, the stubborn guy had beaten up bodyguard, and this matter had also alerted the disciplinary hall. On this day, which was the 3rd day, many people came outside and pointed at Lei Xingfeng and the other 3. Ai-Chi, Grandpa Ma, and Baspa knew some of them. Ai-Chi said nervously, "Brother Lei, an elder from the headquarters is here." Lei Xingfeng said, "An elder from the headquarters? Who?" Ai-Chi said nervously, "I think it's Elder Wien. He has a lot of prestige among the elders. He is a mid-level monarch expert." Xianfeng's heart turned cold. He understood that his thunder-killing array could block a mid-level Dao monarch, or even a peak-level Dao monarch, but it was useless against a monarch king. If a mid-level monarch king were to attack, Xianfeng would definitely not be able to defend his thunder-killing array. The difference in strength was too great. Elder Wuyan. A moment later, Stubbled Boy brought a group of people over. When he saw Elder Wuyan, his face turned pale. He stepped forward and saluted. Stubbled Boy from the disciplinary camp greets Elder. Elder Wuyan looked at the 4 people on the empty field expressionlessly. After a while, he said, "Is this how you manage the camp?" Beads of sweat flowed down the stubbled kid's face. He didn't dare to defend himself and just stared blankly at his feet. Elder Wuyan said, "You don't understand the situation and you dare to attack the 4 of them? If you had killed the 4 of them, I wouldn't be the one here today. I don't know if you've become stupid after staying in the disciplinary camp for so long, or if your brain is damaged. You actually dared to attack the 4 of them when they asked you to? Why didn't he try to find out more about their backgrounds? I've never seen an idiot like you. Alright, now you've gone too far. They killed so many people in one go. That's fine, but you even dared to attack the people of the disciplinary headquarters. I really don't know who gave you the guts." When he spoke, his tone wasn't strict. It was as if he was talking about something very ordinary. However, Stubbled Boy's body was trembling slightly. He said in a small voice, I don't know what background." Elder Wuyan still said expressionlessly, "That's why I said you're stupid. Come, let me tell you. That person is Ai Chi from the Ai clan. Ba Si Ba from the Bath clan. Ma Yi from the Dawn Ma clan. Let's not talk about the elders of the Ming Zhe League in their clans. Let's talk about that little guy. He's called Lei Xingfeng. Have you seen how powerful this little guy is? Let me tell you, he doesn't have any family background. But do you know? He has a good relationship with a few elders in the headquarters. Most importantly, he is the fastest rising restriction master in the restriction headquarters. His restriction skills are extremely high." Stubbled Boy wasn't stupid. At first, he only wanted to give Lei Xingfeng and the others a show of strength and then slowly torture them. He didn't want to take their lives. However, the other party's reaction was too terrifying. Moreover, they killed so many people in one go. Many of them were experts in their camp. They killed without any scruples. Things had reached a point where he couldn't suppress it at all. He was extremely regretful. Stubbled Boy knew that he was tricked. His heart was filled with hatred. However, he didn't know what to do now. He said, Wuyan seemed to feel that it wasn't enough. He continued, "This matter has alarmed the entire Ming Zhe League. The Tai clan is a little too much this time. This matter originally had nothing to do with you. Do you need to be so courteous?" Stubbled Boy was about to cry. He didn't know that there was such a complicated relationship. He only wanted to flatter. He always thought that it was just 4 little guys. It shouldn't matter if they were tortured or killed. Didn't he kill a lot of people here? Nothing had ever happened to him. Elder Wuyan looked at him for a while and said, "A restriction master. I didn't expect him to be so strong that he could look down on the entire discipline camp. This little guy is interesting." His tone was full of admiration, which made the stubbled guy's eyelids twitch. Thinking back to the battle a few days ago, the stubbled kid felt extremely depressed. Out of the 4 little fellows, only one was a Dao Lord. The others were not even worth mentioning. Who would have thought that a single seal would be able to beat them to a pulp? Stubbled Boy said, "No matter what, the 4 of them have violated the rules of the discipline camp. They have to be dealt with no matter what." Elder Wuyan shook his head and said, "Not only are you stupid, you're also a fool. Forget it. Why am I talking so much nonsense with you? Get lost. Someone will replace your position soon. Go to the law enforcement hall and accept your punishment." Stubbled Boy immediately collapsed on the ground. He knew that he was finished. Elder Wuyan said faintly, "Don't even think about escaping. You know the rules of the Ming Zhe Alliance. If you dare to escape, you know what will happen. Stubbled Boy didn't think about escaping. He had been in the discipline camp for so many years and knew the methods of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. With his strength, there was no way he could escape. His heart was cold. He was at a loss. He kept lamenting in his heart. It's over, it's all over. Lei Xingfeng and the other three looked at Elder Wuyan nervously. If he attacked, the four of them would really be finished. They couldn't stop him at all. After a while, Elder Wuyan walked down with a large group of people. He didn't say anything and walked towards Lei Xingfeng and the other three. Ai Qi was so scared that his whole body trembled. He whispered, Should we activate the restriction? Lei Xingfeng raised his hand and patted him. He said, Idiot, start the restriction to stop an elder? Everyone, follow me. As he said that, Lei Xingfeng brought the other three to meet him. There was no way to fight, and there was no way to escape. The four of them were nothing compared to a middle-class monarch king expert. They didn't even have the strength to resist. As long as Lei Xingfeng didn't kill them on sight, everything else was fine. This was the time to test his wits because he realized that the other party didn't have the intention to attack. Lei Xingfeng was still able to control himself. However, Ba Si Ba, Ai Qi, and Grandpa Ma were trembling in fear. The three of them knew better than Lei Xingfeng how powerful Elder Wuyan was. This person was very famous in the Ming-Zhe Alliance headquarters. When Elder Wuyan saw Lei Xingfeng bringing the other three to meet him, he couldn't help but praise the four of them for being smart. He had already walked into the restriction circle. He stood still and watched the four of them walk over. Lei Xingfeng said, Greetings to Elder Wuyan. Ai Qi, Grandpa Ma, and Ba Si Ba all stepped forward and bowed, Greetings to Elder. Elder Wuyan suddenly moved and pounced forward. Lei Xingfeng forcefully suppressed the urge to activate the restriction. He knew that activating the thunder-killing array wouldn't be enough to deal with a monarch king expert. Peepa! Peng Peng! Lei Xingfeng looked at Elder Wuyan in shock. Ai Qi, Grandpa Ma, and Ba Si Ba were beaten up until their noses and eyes turned purple. Elder Wuyan stopped and said indifferently, It's your clan's elders. They asked me to beat you guys up. And you must be Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng was also a little frightened. However, he was still able to keep his cool and nodded. Yes, I am Lei Xingfeng from the restriction main hall. Ai Qi, Grandpa Ma, and Ba Si Ba were lying on the ground and groaning. This beating was rather fierce. Although it looked scary, it wasn't life-threatening. Elder Wuyan knew how to control his strength. He just wanted to beat you until you were in extreme pain so you would remember your lesson. Elder Wuyan said, No one asked me to beat you up. Therefore, your luck is not bad. Lei Xingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. If he was really beaten up by this guy, he wouldn't be able to take it. He had never been beaten up before. He said, Thank you, Elder, for showing mercy. Elder Wuyan said, All right, put away your restriction. This matter has to be resolved. Setting up a restriction-killing array won't solve the problem. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Yes, it won't solve the problem. However, it can save our lives for now. Elder Wuyan said, That's true. You are smart. Come with me. Let's go together. Ai Qi, Ba Si Ba, and Grandpa Ma struggled to get up. Although this beating wasn't fatal, the three of them were in extreme pain. They grimaced as they followed. Ai Qi was still muttering, Sigh, why did you beat the three of us? Brother Lei is completely fine. This isn't fair. Coincidentally, Lei Xingfeng heard him. He was so angry that he kicked him. Ai Qi fell to the ground from the kick. He groaned a few times before he got up and continued to follow. Grandpa Ma and Ba Si Ba were laughing. Ai Qi sighed and said, We are really unlucky recently. Ba Si Ba said tyrannically, You asked for it. You even implicated us. Ai Qi was speechless. Thinking about what happened recently, he was indeed responsible. Elder Wuyan brought the four of them and walked past the stubbled kid. He said, You follow too. Let's go to the discipline main camp. The stubbled kid said dejectedly, "Yes." Through the camp's secret door, the group arrived at the Discipline main camp. The Discipline main camp was also located on the Scarlet Continent. The terrain here was even more dangerous. It was surrounded by active volcanoes. The camp area was bigger and there were more people. Lei Xingfeng was also puzzled. Why were there so many people entering the Discipline main camp? Chapter 652. There were countless red rocks, dozens of volcanoes that were still spewing smoke or lava, and the surrounding air was scorching hot. There was a strong smell of sulfur, and there were no plants or animals on the ground. There were only red rocks and soil. This place was not suitable for humans to live. There were strange rocks and desolation everywhere. This place gave people a feeling of despair. Lei Xingfeng said as he walked, "Why set up a disciplinary camp here? It's too torturous." Elder Wuyan said calmly, "The disciplinary camp is for punishment, not for enjoyment. This place is very suitable for the disciplinary camp." Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. He knew that his punishment would be heavier this time. Perhaps he would have to stay here for a while. Baspa looked at Lei Xingfeng and shook his head, indicating for him to stop talking. Here, they were basically felons. They were just one step away from going to the Death Frontier camp. Lei Xingfeng sighed and said softly, "Big Mouth provokes people. He really doesn't like to fight. He just instigates the rascal, and we have no choice but to fight. It's bad if we don't win, but it's also bad if we win." Baspa had to admit that Lei Xingfeng was right. If they didn't resist at the beginning, then they would really be in trouble. The rascal could capture them and torture them to their heart's content. It would be easy to kill them. Unnatural deaths were too common in the disciplinary camp, and the result of resisting was to increase their punishment. Of course, it seemed like resistance was effective. They followed Elder Wuyan into the main hall of the disciplinary camp. The hall was built in a hollowed-out stone mountain. There were 18 enormous red pillars at the entrance, and a dozen or so Tao Lord Patriarchs stood under each pillar. All of them stood with their chests puffed out and their stomachs folded. Their faces were indifferent as they quietly watched Elder Wuyan and the others approach. A few people walked out of the main hall. One of them, a burly man, came up to them with a big smile and said, "Haha, I've been informed that you're coming. I've been waiting for the whole morning. Please, come sit in the main hall." Elder Wuyan smiled and said, "Brother Tian, long time no see. Please." The two of them linked arms and walked into the hall together. Elder Wuyan's subordinates and Lei Xingfeng's group of 4 were blocked outside. Elder Wuyan did not even bother with them. The two of them walked into the hall while talking and laughing. Lei Xingfeng pulled Ba Siba and Ai Qi and said, "Let's sit on the side." The 4 of them found a few stones outside the hall and sat down. Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't know what the punishment is, but I don't care. As long as it's not going to the Death Vanguard camp, everything else is fine." Ai Qi let out a long sigh and said, "Maybe we'll end up at the Death Frontline camp." Grandpa Ma was so angry that he slammed his head against Little Seven and scolded, "Little Seven, it's fine if you don't say auspicious words, but damn, you're still spouting nonsense. I'm going to beat you up." He was about to go mad with anger. He was already unlucky enough to be sent to the disciplinary barracks, but this fellow was still not satisfied. He even wanted to go to the Death Vanguard barrack. Just thinking about it made him angry. Ba Siba rejoiced in Grandpa Ma's misfortune and said, "Grandpa Ma, beat him up hard. I've also realized that being with this fellow is really unlucky." Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Just don't beat him to death. If you can beat away all the bad luck, I'll beat him up too." Ai Qi and Grandpa Ma's skills were about the same. He fought back and the two of them punched and kicked each other. It was a lively fight. The surrounding people didn't care, and just looked at the two of them coldly. Lei Xingfeng said, "Old man, let's eat something." Ba Siba said tyrannically, "Okay." Lei Xingfeng took out the braised meat. The two of them ate while pointing and making sarcastic remarks. Ba Siba said tyrannically, "Little Seven, you can't do it. This punch from below will definitely work." "Ai, Grandpa Ma, quickly dodge. Idiot, you got hit." Xian Feng, on the other hand, observed his surroundings, noticing a few places that were glowing, but they weren't very strong, which meant that they were just normal ores. They didn't have much attraction to him. After fighting for a while, the two of them were exhausted. They were panting heavily and holding their legs. The sweat on their faces was like a stream, flowing down. Ai Chi and Grandpa Ma's voices were hoarse. Grandpa Ma said, "Forget it, stop fighting. I'm so tired. I'm thirsty." He took out a water bottle to drink. Ai Chi had been beaten up by Elder Wuyan previously. Now, he was even more miserable. His two panda eyes were black and his nose was bleeding nonstop. His mouth was crooked. He said, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'll drink medicine." He took out a medicine and drank it. In a moment, he was back to normal. Lei Xingfeng clicked his tongue and said, "Good fellow, he's really good. He used medicine just like that. How extravagant." Bath said tyrannically, "This fellow is very rich. This little bit of medicine is nothing. If he doesn't have thousands of medicine, he has at least a few hundred. Do you believe that you won't have more medicine than him?" Even Lei Xingfeng didn't know how many medicine he had. Lei Xingyao would give him some medicine when she was free. Even if it wasn't tens of thousands, it was at least a few thousand. Moreover, there were many high-level medicine. As long as Lei Xingyao successfully made a high-level medicine, most of it would be given to Lei Xingfeng. Other than that, the rest would be given to Ah Yi. Lei Xingyao didn't even care about the others. Of course, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't be stupid enough to compete with Ai Chi to see who had more medicine. He wouldn't do such a boring thing. He said, "He's a nouveau riche." Bath tyrannically said, "What's a nouveau riche?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Extremely rich, no, extremely good people. They don't even have enough materials at home. The one who wastes them is a nouveau riche." Ai Chi said, "Brother Lei, don't waste me like this. How am I a nouveau riche?" Ma Grandpa said, "Little Chi, give him a medicine." "No, nouveau riche, give him a medicine." Ai Chi said, "Pay. Give you my ass." Ma Grandpa wasn't simple either. He said, "Let's hear it." Lei Xingfeng and Ba Siba were both stunned. Then, the two of them burst out laughing. Ai Chi was so angry that he hit the ground. After a while, he said, "Ma Zi, you wait. I'll strangle you to death." A disciplinary camp guard at the side shouted, "All of you, BF King quiet. This is the main hall of the disciplinary camp. All of you, shut up." The four of them immediately shut up. However, the commotion made the four of them relax. Otherwise, they would have been nervous to death. They waited and waited until the sky turned dark. However, no one came out to call them in. The guards outside had already changed shift. The smell of food wafted out from the main hall. This meant that Elder Wu Yan and the higher-ups of the disciplinary camp were eating. Lei Xingfeng sighed slightly. He said, "I guess we'll have to wait until they're done eating before they call us in." Ai Chi said, "Not necessarily. Maybe we'll have to wait until tomorrow." This time, even Ba Si Ba and Lei Xingfeng had the urge to beat him up. This guy's mouth was too cheap. Why didn't they realize he had such a specialty before? Unfortunately, Ai Chi was right. No one bothered with them for the entire night. Lei Xingfeng and the other three sat outside the main hall for the entire day. Fortunately, they were all cultivators. If they were ordinary people, they wouldn't be able to stand it. In just half a day, the four of them drank a lot of water. It was really too hot here. In the end, they were forced to release their defenses to resist the heat wave. The next morning, many people came from outside. Lei Xingfeng and the other three looked on helplessly. Those people entered the main hall, but no one called them in. It was as if the four of them had been forgotten. Ai Chi covered his face. Last night, Lei Xingfeng, Ba Si Ba, and Grandpa Ma had attacked him together and beaten him up. Therefore, he was bruised and looked unlucky. Finally, a guard walked to the four of them and said calmly, "I'll let you in." Ba Si Ba took the lead, followed by Lei Xingfeng and Grandpa Ma. Ai Chi was the last to leave. He followed them dejectedly. He was on the verge of breaking down. Good things didn't work, while bad things did. As long as he opened his mouth, this would definitely be the result. Therefore, he wasn't too angry after being beaten up. After entering the main hall, the four of them stood. There were many people sitting in the hall. However, Lei Xingfeng and the other three lowered their heads and waited. Someone in the hall said, "It's the four of them?" Elder Wien's voice sounded, "Haha, that's right. It's the four of them." That voice said again, "Forget it. They are all children. This punishment is a bit too much. Let's change it from 2 years to 3 years. Does anyone have any objections?" The surroundings were silent. Then, that voice sounded again. "Then it's decided. Brother Tian, these 4 children will be handed to you. Alright, let them leave." Lei Xingfeng and the other 3 didn't even have the chance to express their opinions. They were led out of the main hall. After leaving the main hall, Lei Xingfeng and the other 3 looked at each other. After a while, Lei Xingfeng asked, "Who was speaking?" Ba Si said domineeringly, "I don't know." The voice sounded very authoritative. "I didn't even dare to look." Ai Chi said, "Don't look at me. I don't know either. When I went in, I knew that my legs were weak. I didn't know anything. Luckily, it was only an additional year of punishment. Otherwise, I would have been really unlucky. Maybe this time, my luck will change." Master Ma said, "I don't know who it is either. It seems like he has a lot of power. Strange, I've never heard of this voice before." Ba Si said, "There are countless higher-ups in the Ming-Zhe alliance. It's normal that you don't know. However, I'm satisfied with this punishment. It's just an additional year." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "That's right. So the punishment camp doesn't have to pay with their lives for killing people." Ai Chi shivered and said, "If the ones who died were us, the people who killed people would probably be punished like this too?" The few of them stopped talking. From then on, they had a concept in their hearts. That was, if there was a conflict, they had to kill. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones. The guard who led them out said, "You should know the rules of the punishment camp. Find your own place to stay and find your own food and drink. Other than the assembly order of the punishment camp, you don't have to care about anything else. Oh right, there's one more thing. You are not allowed to leave the camp. You can do whatever you want in this area. That's all." Chapter 653. Seeing the guards walk away, Lei Xingfeng was a little confused. He said, "Strange, why didn't they seal the secret door?" Baspa, Ai Chi, and Grandpa Ma were also surprised. After a while, Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood. He said, "Interesting, haha, interesting. I think we missed this." Grandpa Ma also reacted. He said, "When we entered the camp, there was a fight. They didn't even have time to seal it. When we came here, they thought we were already sealed. Shh. Don't mention this. Otherwise, it will be bad if we are sealed." Baspa, Ai Chi, and Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. This misunderstanding was too strange. There was no food or water here. It would be difficult to get them. However, this matter couldn't stop them. The secret door of the 4 of them wasn't sealed. They could leave at any time and go to other continents. Of course, other than Lei Xingfeng, the 4 of them could only find a continent nearby. This required exploration. Lei Xingfeng said, "Now we need a place to stay. I suggest we find a bigger rock and dig out 4 rooms." Baspa said, "I'm not good at this. Who will find a place?" Ai Chi said, "Let's find it together." Grandpa Ma said, "We will try to find a place further away. Once we find a good place to stay, we will set up restrictions. This way we will be safe." Baspa and Ai suddenly understood. If they wanted to be safe, they would set up restrictions. They would set up restrictions around their residence. This way, they could stop those with bad intentions. After all, they were still weak. Lei Xingfeng said, "That's good too. This way we can take turns going out. No one will find out." The four of them began to look for a suitable place to stay. They could see the prisoners in the disciplinary camp from time to time. There were no torture devices or restrictions on movement. In the camp, you could walk as you wished. However, you couldn't walk out of the main camp. Of course, this area was a little big, more than 200 square kilometers. There weren't many prisoners in the main camp, less than 100,000. However, this place was simply too barren. Other than the volcano, there were no plants or water. Other than people, there was nothing else alive. What was especially unbearable was the scorching heat waves and the extremely dry air. Even a cultivator would find it unbearable. The four of them were quickly blocked by a group of 6 extremely haggard-looking cultivators. The leader was a Tao Lord, while the other 5 were all Heaven Lord-level cultivators. Bathba immediately stood in front of Lei Xingfeng and asked, "What do you want?" The Tao Lord bowed and said, "I'm sorry, we don't mean any harm." You guys just arrived, right?" Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "How did you know?" The man smiled and said, "You'll know once you've lived here for a while. Your complexions are pale and your clothes are bright. It's obvious that you haven't suffered here before, so you must be new here." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, we did just arrive." The man said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Miga. These are the friends I made here." Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, Miga, why are you stopping us?" Miga licked his lips and said, "Can you give us some water?" Grandpa Ma was shocked. "You stopped us just for some water?" Miga nodded and said, "Yes, just some water will do." As he said that, he took out a cup. The cup wasn't big and extended it. Lei Xingfeng, Bathba, Ai, and Grandpa Ma were completely dumbfounded. Their actions were like beggars. They smiled humbly and their eyes were filled with hope and expectation. After a while, Lei Xingfeng reacted. He reached out to stop Ai from taking out the water bottle. Instead, he took out a bottle of water and poured it into the cup in Miga's hand. Miga looked like he was holding a priceless treasure. He took a sip of water and carefully passed the cup to the person beside him. That person also took a sip very carefully and passed it to another person. After a round, the cup of water returned to Miga's hand. Lei Xingfeng's eyelids twitched. He realized that the water in the cup was only a thin layer. Lei Xingfeng suddenly realized that not only was there a lack of water here, there was also a lack of food. Miga took another sip of water. It was as if he was holding the most delicious thing in his mouth. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Lei Xingfeng and the others stood silently and watched. They were extremely shocked. This was a Tao Lord-level cultivator. After a while, Miga let out a long sigh and said, "It's been a long time since I drank such sweet water." He passed the cup to the person beside him. Lei Xingfeng said, "Miga, we're looking for a suitable base. Can you help us?" Miga said without hesitation, "No problem. I've lived here for 10 years. I'm very familiar with it." Lei Xingfeng said, If you can find a base that satisfies us, I'll give you enough water. Or food." Miga's eyes lit up. He said, "Really?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I have no reason to lie to you." Ai said, "It's just water. What's there to lie about? That's strange." Lei Xingfeng did not say much. He took out a large wooden bucket filled with water. This bucket was as big as a water tank and was used to store water. He said, "This bucket is for you." Miga's hands began to tremble. He said, Okay. He quickly took a cup of water from the bucket and said, "Everyone, let's have a drink." The 6 of them surrounded the bucket and drank a cup each. Miga then put the bucket away. It was obvious that he did not want to drink too much. After drinking a cup of water, the 6 of them looked much better. Miga said, What kind of base are you looking for? Are you looking for a more remote place or a more crowded place? Bath said domineeringly, a more remote place. The fewer people the better. We don't want to be disturbed. Miga said, I understand. Please wait for a moment. We'll discuss it. After discussing with the other 5 for a while, Miga turned around and said, We know of a place. It's very remote and no one goes there. I'll take you there. Lei Xingfeng said, All right, lead the way. With a local practitioner leading the way, Lei Xingfeng and the other 3 quickly arrived at the place. With just a glance, Xianfeng felt satisfied. It was a very large rock mountain, the rocks were red in color, and not far away was a volcano that was spewing out clouds of dust. The surroundings were incomparably desolate, and the temperature was relatively high as well. Miga said, Basically no one comes here. It's a relatively quiet place. Lei Xingfeng said, All right, this is the place. This basket of bread and meat is for you. Also, here's a bucket of water. Miga put it away happily. Before leaving, he hesitated for a while, but finally came to Lei Xingfeng and said, You're new here. I don't want to lie to you. The food and water here are very precious. You can exchange it for many precious materials and all kinds of good things. Food and water are not as worthless as you used to think. Lei Xingfeng actually understood this from their performance just now. When he was crossing the heavenly moat, he had suffered once. At that time, it was also a problem of food and water. Who knew how many people died? He said, Doesn't the disciplinary camp give food and water? Miga said, Of course they do. It's just that it's far from enough. If there's a mistake, it's better to die. So in the disciplinary camp, everything else is worthless. Even life is worthless. But food and water are very, very scarce. It's the hard currency here. You can exchange it for anything. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, I know. Oh right. Come again in a few days. I have something to ask of you. Of course, the reward will still be food and water. Miga was overjoyed and said, All right, I'll be back. Seeing the 6 of them leave, Ai Chi couldn't help but sigh, Oh my God, I almost ended up like this. It's too scary. It's really worse than death. Lei Xingfeng said, Cut the crap. Carve out a shelter on this huge rock. Each of you choose a spot and dig yourselves. Baspa smiled bitterly and said, We have to dig ourselves. Sai, let's dig. Each of them chose a spot and started digging. Among the 4 of them, Lei Xingfeng was the fastest. He was already used to mining. Digging this kind of rock was no challenge at all. He directly used his illusory hands to forcefully open the rock. In just a moment, he had already opened a passage. Baspa, Ai Chi, and Grandpa Ma were clumsy. They also used their illusory hands, but their proficiency was 0. Although they made a lot of noise, they still couldn't dig a hole. Lei Xingfeng dug about 3 meters from the ground. The 3 of them chose a higher spot, more than 10 meters from the ground. They dug all the way in. Soon, Lei Xingfeng turned to the left and dug out a room. In less than half a day, Lei Xingfeng had tidied it up. It was a room about 10 square meters and a passage about 6 to 7 meters long. When Lei Xingfeng came out, Baspa and the other 2 had only dug a short distance in. Each hole was bigger than the one before. Lei Xingfeng didn't bother with them for the time being. Instead, he started to set up restrictions. The thunder-killing array and the defense array formed a compound array. They were all restriction components that were refined beforehand. They could be used with a little modification. Surrounding this huge rock, the array quickly took shape. This time, Lei Xingfeng was very careful in setting up the restrictions. Because they were going to stay here for 3 years, the defenses were set up first. Baspa, Ai Chi, and Grandpa Ma finally finished digging. The 3 of them flew down with dusty faces. Ai Chi said, It's finally done. It's so annoying. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to dig a hole. Grandpa Ma said, It's fine as long as we can rest. It's not a villa for leisure. I think it's enough for us to stay in. This guy only dug a hole, and didn't have the concept of a room. Baspa was better. He only dug a slightly bigger hole. The three of them looked at Lei Xingfeng setting up the restrictions and felt relieved. With the restrictions, they could at least save their lives. The next day, Lei Xingfeng checked the compound restriction again. He activated it and looked at the nodes of the entire restriction. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, that's it. Also, old man, big mouth, Grandpa Ma, I have set up a killing array for my own passage. Don't go in if there's nothing important. Hee, don't blame me for not reminding you if you suffer." Aichi said, "Set one up for me too." Chapter 654. Lei Xingfeng said, "No, I only prepared one set. If you want to set it up, sure, but give me the materials." Aichi was instantly discouraged. He said, I am here. Where can I get the materials?" Lei Xingfeng spread his hands and said, "Then there is no other way. Oh right, the restriction outside is very strong. I will give you the restriction card later. Do not trigger it. If I am not here, you will be in danger. That is a restriction killing formation. It is very powerful." Bath said overbearingly, "Don't worry, I am not that stupid." Actually, the core of the thunder killing formation was in Lei Xingfeng's residence. It would not be triggered if it was not activated. The only thing that could be triggered was the defensive restriction. He did not want anyone to be able to enter. After giving Bath, Ma, and Aichi each a restriction card, Lei Xingfeng said, "I will leave here first. I will be back in a day." Aichi said, "Okay, you go back first. When you come back, we will discuss it. Also, let me remind you that the place I am staying in is restricted. If you go in rashly, you will be struck by lightning." He was very relaxed. The secret door was not sealed, so he could leave at any time. He was not in a hurry. The others did not know that Lei Xingfeng was returning to the mirror realm. They thought that he was going to another continent through the secret door. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng left openly this time. Lei Xingfeng left the Scarlet Continent from the room and entered the mirror realm. Wu Yang and the others were in the yard. After Lei Xingfeng came out, Wu Yang waved his hand and asked him to sit in the wooden shed. He said, "The ring crystal mine is basically clean. There are still some ring crystals of low quality. I asked them to give it up." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, we have to give it up. Even if there is a ring crystal mine, we have to give it up. That place has been shelved. For this mine, I was caught by the law enforcement hall of the Ming-Zhe Alliance." Wu Yang was shocked. He said, "What?" Gucci, Thunderstorm, Gao Yi, and the others were also shocked. Lei Xingfeng explained what happened in detail. Wu Yang was relieved. He said, "If that is the case, then we will wait 3 years in the Scarlet Continent. I thought you escaped back. We have to use the Ming-Zhe Alliance." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, or else I would not go to the punishment camp in the Scarlet Continent. Luckily, it is not the Death Vanguard camp." Lei Bao said, "Since we can come back anytime, there's no need to worry." Wu Yang said, "Yes, as long as we can communicate with the Mirror Realm, it doesn't matter where we go. We can come back at any time. Let alone 3 years, even 30 years is nothing to be afraid of." Xianfeng spoke, "Don't, 30 years, even if I could return, I wouldn't be able to take it. That damned place is hot and desolate, with volcanoes everywhere and smoke everywhere. There's no food or water. What a scary place. How did Ming-Zhe Alliance find such a place?" Gao Yi said, "That is normal. Since it is the punishment camp, it is not a place to enjoy life." Lei Xingfeng said, "Forget about it. Grandmaster, have the people from the 2 mines been evacuated?" Wu Yang said, "The people from the previous mine have all returned. There are still 2 people left in the ring crystal mine. However, they are not digging for ores. They are digging an underground tunnel. We can replace them at any time. We have already dug a very long tunnel." Lei Xingfeng thought for a while and said, "You want the ore in the mine?" The ring crystal mine was a derivative of a large ore vein. The real ore vein was not there. It was about a few dozen kilometers away. It was Wu Yang's decision to dig a few dozen kilometers of tunnel into the large ore vein. Lei Xingfeng smiled. Is the direction right? Wu Yang smiled. Don't worry. We just need to find the ore and dig along it. Xanfeng nodded. You have to be careful. Mingzhe Alliance has been in a bit of a mess recently, especially when it involves a few large families. Even I was dragged into it. Luckily, I'm just a small character and won't be a big problem for now. Thunderstorm said, Be careful. If you can't do it, come back. This world is big. Leaving the Mingzhe Alliance is not a big deal. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, We still need to use the Mingzhe Alliance. They have too many resources and things that we need. If we leave and rely on ourselves, it will be very difficult. Thunderstorm said, if you can be safe, then stay in the Mingzhe Alliance. Wu Yang said, Is there anything you need us to help with? Lei Xingfeng said, I need a lot of water and food. Prepare more for me. I will bring it back this time. I should be able to exchange it for a lot of things. Gucci said, That is easy. I will arrange it. Soon, large amounts of cooked pasta and large buckets of water were sent over. Lei Xingfeng kept them in his hidden Luan space. He could not stay in the mirror world for too long. After getting the food, Lei Xingfeng returned to his residence in the Scarlet Continent. When he came out, he saw Ba Siba and the other two. They were all sitting there with a sad face. He asked, What happened? What happened? Why are you all so sad? Ai Chi said, We are finished. Lei Xingfeng said, What do you mean? Grandpa Ma said, There are no suitable continents around. We found two. They are even more desolate than here. There is no food and water. We are in trouble. Ba Siba said, There is a restriction here. Even if we open the door, it will be hard to find a continent. I spent a lot of effort to find two continents. In the end, they are even worse than here. They are two rocky continents with nothing at all. There is some heat here, but there is no heat on the other side. It is all made of rock. We are in big trouble. Ai Chi said, Right, Brother Lei, have you found a continent? Lei Xingfeng said, Still looking. He didn't know what to say. This was a dangerous place, and he had to go through a large secret door to leave. However, he also had doubts in his heart. Even if he didn't use the mirror world, it shouldn't be like this. Only now did he vaguely feel that his secret door seemed to be stronger than theirs. Ba Siba, Ai Chi, and Grandpa Ma all had a bitter face. After a while, Ba Siba said, I have finished my water. Little Chi, do you have any more? Ai Chi spread out his hands and said, No more. I have finished too. Who would prepare so much water? Grandpa Ma said, Don't look at me. I have no more. In this place, it is uncomfortable to not drink for even a moment. I have finished too. The three of them immediately looked at Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng said, What are you looking at? Do you think I have water to drink? The three of them immediately withered. After a while, Ba Siba jumped up and said, No, yesterday you gave that thing. What was it called? Ai Chi said, Miga. Ba Siba said, Yes, that Miga. A big bucket of water. Grandpa Ma said, Yes, a whole bucket of water. You should have more than that. Lei Xingfeng smiled at the three of them and said, That is also mine. Ba Siba and the other two were stunned. Only then did they remember that even if Lei Xingfeng had water, why would he give it to them? They were not the ones who brought the water. Ai Chi's face instantly revealed a flattering smile. He said, Brother Lei, brother. Big brother. Lei Xingfeng's hair stood on end. He said, Stop. Brother Lei is good. Don't call me brother. You want water, right? Ai Chi nodded vigorously. Ba Siba and Grandpa Ma looked at Lei Xingfeng eagerly. Lei Xingfeng smiled and teased the three of them. Then let's exchange for materials. Ba Siba, Ai Chi, and Grandpa Ma were confused. They needed materials to exchange for this? This was water, not something valuable. However, their mouths were extremely thirsty. As for the ingredients, they couldn't eat or drink it. Aichi was the first to react. He was also a millionaire. He said, "Let's exchange. Let's exchange for a bucket of water first. I am dying of thirst." Lei Xingfeng was actually joking. He did not lack materials. He said, "Old AI, you are really rich. Forget it, I am just joking. I have already prepared your food and water." As he said that, Lei Xingfeng took out buckets of water and food. He said, "Distribute them. If it is not enough, ask me for more." Basiba, Aichi, and Grandpa Ma cheered and put the food and water into their hidden Luan space. Aichi said, "Brother, you are the best." Lei Xingfeng raised his hand and slapped him. He said, "Call me Brother Lei. Don't call me so affectionately. It makes me uncomfortable." Basiba and Grandpa Ma laughed. Aichi rubbed his head and smiled. "I am just thanking you." Lei Xingfeng said, "Thanking my ass. I have a mission for the three of you. If you complete it well, I will take care of your food and water for the next 3 years." Aichi patted his chest and said loudly, "Don't worry, leave it to me. Leave it to the three of us." "Right, what is the mission?" Basiba and Grandpa Ma could not help but smile bitterly. This unreliable person. He did not even know what the mission was and already patted his chest and agreed. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "It is a simple mission. Use water and food to exchange for materials." Aichi did not understand. "Didn't you agree to give us food and water? Why do you want to exchange?" Basiba could not help but smack his head. He said, "Idiot. Little Chi, you used to be a smart person. Why are you so stupid today?" Grandpa Ma also said, "Really stupid. Brother Lei means to exchange materials with the people in the disciplinary camp." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "That's right. We have restrictions to protect us, so we don't have to be afraid to exchange with them. With the restrictions, they will not be able to do anything to us." Aichi said embarrassedly, "I am muddle-headed from the heat. This is a good idea. I am good at this." Grandpa Ma said, "What kind of materials do you want?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I want all the materials, regardless of their attribute. I want them all." The three of them were puzzled. "You are a lightning-type cultivator. You want all kinds of materials? What is the meaning of this?" However, the three of them did not ask. Since Lei Xingfeng was willing to exchange materials and water, they did not need to know too much. They just needed to exchange. Chapter 655. Lei Xingfeng felt great after capturing 3 very useful labors. Food and water could be obtained in large quantities from the mirror realm. Exchanging them for materials was no different from robbing. After 2 days, Miga brought a few more people in. However, when they arrived, they were blocked by a defensive seal. Miga suddenly remembered that Lei Xingfeng was wearing a seal master's uniform. He suddenly realized that this place was sealed. "Miga is here to visit master." After shouting a few times, a person came out. Aichi said, "Come with me." Miga obediently brought a few people in. These people were all led by Miga. Lei Xingfeng sat in the open space outside the Boulder residence. There was a wooden shed built here. This thing could block the falling dust and also slightly block the hot air. There was a large table and a few chairs. Everything else aside, there were large pieces of roasted meat on the table, as well as baskets of flatbread. There was also a large bucket of clear water placed on the side of the table. There was a spoon hanging on the edge of the wooden bucket for drinking water. It was such a simple meal, but Miga and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Especially when they saw the bucket of clear water, their eyes lit up. Lei Xingfeng said, "Please have a seat. Everyone, feel free to order. Today, feel free to eat and drink as you wish." Miga and the others immediately surrounded the big bucket. They each took out a cup and went to the bucket to get water. One by one, they gulped it down. Since Lei Xingfeng said that they could drink as they wished, why would they be polite? "Let's drink first." In just a few minutes, the bucket that was like a water tank was half empty. These guys, when they walked, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Miga wiped his lips and said, "It's been a long time since I drank so much water. It's so good." They sat down. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Let's eat first. We'll talk after we're done." After they thanked him, they sat down and began to eat and drink crazily. In less than an hour, the table full of food was swept clean. Even if they were cultivators, even if they could eat a lot, the food still reached their throat. Each of them was so full that they kept burping. Burping sounds rang out one after another. Ai Chi and Grandpa Ma chuckled. This was too embarrassing. Miga and the others hugged their stomachs and groaned. Lei Xingfeng looked at them with a smile. After a while, he said, "I invited you here this time because I have something to discuss with you." Miga burped and said embarrassedly, Yes, sorry. It's been too long since I drank such sweet water. It's been too long since I had a full stomach. I lost my composure." Lei Xingfeng said, "I understand. So, can we discuss it now?" Miga said, "Please speak. As long as it is within our power, we will not refuse." Lei Xingfeng said, "It's very simple. I'm sure you can do it." Let's put it this way. Is there a shortage of food and water in the disciplinary camp? Miga smiled bitterly. Just look at me and you'll know. Before I came to the disciplinary camp, I never went hungry, nor did I go without water for more than a few days. But here, unless you already know about the lack of water and food and are prepared, perhaps you'll be fine. But most cultivators are not prepared for this. Lei Xingfeng smiled. I have a lot of food and water, but I won't provide them for free. You need to exchange materials. Any materials will do. Your task is to spread the news and maintain discipline outside. Only 10 people can come in at a time. Don't worry, there are restrictions here. I believe no one will be stupid enough to fight with us. Of course, even if they try to rob us, we won't be afraid. Miga's eyes lit up. He said, No problem. There are countless people in need of food and water. Lei Xingfeng said, These 3 are my companions. They are in charge of the exchange. Baspa, Ai Chi, and Grandpa Ma nodded at the same time. Ai Chi said, The person in charge of this is Grandpa Ma. I'm Ai Chi, and this is Baspa. They introduced each other. Grandpa Ma's job was set by Xianfeng. Grandpa Ma was different from Ai Chi and Ba Si Ba. Ba Si Ba wasn't suited for business. He was better at fighting and killing, so he was given the job of a bodyguard to prevent others from suddenly robbing him. Ai Chi was, after all, a restriction master, so he was in charge of it. Furthermore, this fellow was very rich. He was too used to doing business and wasn't suitable for trading. Only Grandpa Ma was very smart, and Xianfeng believed that Grandpa Ma could bring him great benefit. Lei Xingfeng said, Miga, your reward is food and water. I guarantee that you have enough to eat and drink every day. You don't have to worry about anything else. Miga said excitedly, Good. I'll go get someone. Lei Xingfeng said, Remember, only 10 people can come in at a time. If there are more, wait outside. Miga said, No problem. Lei Xingfeng stood up and said, Baspa, you're in charge of protecting Grandpa Ma. Old Ai, you're in charge of the restrictions. Stay far away and keep your eyes open. If anything happens, don't hesitate and activate the restrictions immediately. The 3 agreed. Ai Chi asked, Brother Lei, what are you doing? Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, I'm going to get food and water. Baspa and the others looked at Lei Xingfeng helplessly. They also wanted to know which continent Lei Xingfeng went to. But if Lei Xingfeng did not want to say, they could not force him. Lei Xingfeng jumped into the cave on the cliff and quickly came to his room. This time, he was not in a hurry to return to the mirror world. Instead, he sat in his room and began to think of a way to quickly set up restrictions. Ever since he had this idea, he had been working hard to find the fastest way to set up restrictions. At first, He relied on combining restriction component. But now it seemed that it was not fast enough. According to Lei Xingfeng's plan, it would be best if he could set it up with a wave of his hand. Of course, this was the ideal situation. It was hard to achieve at the moment. Then, simplified restriction components or complicated restriction components were his goal. The so-called simplified restriction components was to use the least restriction components to create a restriction array. The so-called complicated restriction components were to put more restrictions on one component to achieve the goal of reducing the restriction component. Because of the large amount of information, Lei Xingfeng needed to slowly digest, absorb, and integrate it. This all required time. Therefore, as long as he had time, Lei Xingfeng would constantly ponder. Last time, he struggled a little and came up with a simple restriction. It could be said that it saved his life in the disciplinary camp. If it was not for this restriction, with his skills, he would not have been able to withstand the attacks of those prisoners. Then, it would have been really dangerous. He tried to make a few restriction components. Then, he heard a commotion outside. Someone was quarreling? Lei Xingfeng immediately rushed outside. He did not expect Mi Jia to be so fast. In such a short time, he brought over 80 to 90 people. At this time, 10 people came in. Mi Jia accompanied them. Uncle Ma was trading with them. For some reason, Uncle Ma and the 10 people were quarreling. Lei Xingfeng flew down and said, "What are you quarreling about?" Uncle Ma said, "Damn, this guy is not here to trade. He's here to cause trouble." Lei Xingfeng walked forward. The other party was a man with a face full of wrinkles. His face was so dark that it was impossible to see anything clearly. God knows how long it had been since he last washed. His messy hair and messy beard reminded Lei Xingfeng of the ascetic cultivators of a country in his previous life. Those people who did not take a bath for more than 10 years and had always been wandering outside. It was very similar. That person was very agitated. He spoke very quickly. His voice was babbling and his saliva was flying. In such a short period of time, Xianfeng had already seen Grandpa Ma wipe his face for the 3rd time, spitting out saliva. Grandpa Ma was angered to the point his face turned white. This was the first person he had traded with. He actually took out a worthless material in exchange for food and water. According to Grandpa Ma's expectations, this thing wasn't even worth a biscuit. Lei Xingfeng asked, "What's going on?" Uncle Ma finally met his savior. He said, "This guy is holding a low-grade metal ore and wants to exchange it for a bucket of water and a basket of cakes. No matter what, he won't admit that his things are not worth that much." That person reached out to grab Lei Xingfeng. Seeing the black claws reaching for him, Xianfeng didn't hesitate to send out a bolt of lightning, forcing that man to retreat. Xianfeng had already understood that this man was a Dao monarch old ancestor. Although he was a beginner Dao monarch old ancestor, he wasn't someone Xianfeng could defend against. He shouted, "Old man, are you a dead man? Get rid of him. From now on, I won't trade with him." That person was numbed by the lightning. He was shocked. Just as he was about to fight back, Baspa rushed in front of him and the two were entangled. Lei Xingfeng turned around and asked, "Miga, what's going on?" Miga said bitterly, "He's a scoundrel. He kept pestering me to come in." Lei Xingfeng said, "Pestering? See if you can get food and water by pestering him. Tell him to get lost and don't appear here." That person was still fighting with Baspa. The others looked on coldly. Lei Xingfeng said calmly, "I'll give a bucket of water to whoever catches him." In an instant, a few figures jumped up and pounced on that guy who was still chattering. While Miga and the others were dumbfounded, the 3 of them had already pinned that man down and tied him up, bringing him to Xianfeng's side. Xianfeng glanced at them and spoke, "A big bucket of water for each of you." The 3 of them were the same. After receiving the large bucket of water, they began to crazily drink it. The gulping sounds made the others envious and jealous. They couldn't help but regret that they should have taken action instead of watching with folded arms. That person struggled with all his might and began to curse. Lei Xingfeng said, "Shut his mouth." Master Ma hated this guy. He reached out and grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and forced it into that person's mouth. That was not all. He grabbed a few more handfuls of soil and continued to stuff it in. Then, he tied his mouth with a cloth band. That guy's eyes rolled back. Cultivators were very strong physically and physically. The three of them used a method to make him unable to move. It was a very clever method. However, Master Ma continued, "If anyone doesn't follow the rules, we will never trade with them in the future. They are not allowed to enter this place." One of them said, "How are you going to stop those Dao Lords?" Lei Xingfeng smiled, "Watch carefully." Then, he activated the lightning kill seal. Instantly, countless lightning bolts struck down and drowned the surrounding land. Lei Xingfeng said calmly, "Let's see who can stop it." How domineering! Chapter 656. The trade went on smoothly. At first, Grandpa Ma was rather modest. He used a lot of food and water to trade for the items. Slowly, he thought about it. Food and water were scarce resources, so he didn't use buckets of water. Instead, he used bottled water. A bottle of water could be exchanged for a relatively precious material. It was the same for food. Flatbread and meat could be exchanged for many precious materials. Lei Xingfeng provided a large amount of food and water. It was enough for them to trade. Since Lei Xingfeng activated the forbidden killing array, it frightened everyone. Therefore, the trade went on smoothly. In half a day, a few hundred people came in to trade. They traded away most of the food and water that Lei Xingfeng brought. Lei Xingfeng obtained a large amount of materials. Among them, there was no lack of precious materials. What surprised Lei Xingfeng was that there were many thunder-type materials that he could use now. Lei Xingfeng saw that it was about time. He said, "Let's stop here for today. In the future, we will trade for half a day every day. We will not wait for you if you are late." The forbidden killing array was activated, blocking the cultivators who wanted to come in to trade. Lei Xingfeng then saw the guy who was tied up. He was still struggling. However, his mouth was full of mud and was tied up with a belt. This was a big loss. Lei Xingfeng said, "Untie him." Grandpa Ma went over angrily and untied him. He said, "Get up. Don't play dead." That person pulled off the belt on his mouth and spat out mud. After a while, he said, "Give me some water to rinse my mouth." Grandpa Ma saw Lei Xingfeng nodding. He raised his hand and threw a bottle of water to him. That person only rinsed a mouthful of water and gulped down the rest. Lei Xingfeng said, "Give him another bottle of water and a few flatbread. Let him go." Grandpa Ma didn't understand at all. He muttered, "Why give him water and food? Just chase away the troublemakers." Lei Xingfeng said, "Although we won't trade with him in the future and won't allow him to come in, this time we recruited people to trade. If he doesn't want to follow our deal, then we'll send him out and give him some food and water. We won't let him down. If he comes to cause trouble again, I won't hesitate to kill him." For a restriction grandmaster to say such words, that person was convinced. As long as the other party stood in the restriction circle, even if he was a Dao Lord Patriarch, he still wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. The man stared blankly at Lei Xingfeng. After a while, he said, "Can I follow you?" Lei Xingfeng didn't react at all. His mouth unconsciously made a sound of acknowledgement before he asked in surprise, "What did you say?" The man said, "I'll follow you." Lei Xingfeng pointed at his own nose and looked speechlessly at the extremely wretched Dao Lord Patriarch. The man nodded vigorously. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Why?" The man grinned and said, "I've already used up all the materials in my collection. The reason why I pestered you from the start was because I don't have any materials to trade for food and water. If I leave, although I won't starve to death, I definitely won't have a good life. I might as well sell myself to you. I'm just a big piece of material. This answer was quite domineering. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. Ai Chi, Grandpa Ma, and Baspa couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they also laughed along with Lei Xingfeng. This guy was quite interesting. In fact, Lei Xingfeng also felt that he didn't have enough manpower. He thought for a moment and weighed the pros and cons. He said, "What's your name?" The man said, "Jianiwei." "My name is Jianiwei." Ai Chi said, "That's not a good name. You're more suitable to be called Bitch." Jianiwei said, "Yes, my nickname is Bitch. How did you know?" This time, it was Ai Chi's turn to be stunned. He could only retreat in defeat. Even if he didn't like this guy, he had to admit that this guy's skin was extremely thick. Lei Xingfeng said, "Bitch, from now on, you and Baspa will be in charge of guarding." Since his nickname was Bitch, Lei Xingfeng didn't care. In fact, a name was just a name. Whether it was Jianiwei or Bitch, he didn't care. Baspa went forward and patted him, saying, "I'm Baspa. Since Brother Lei agreed, you will listen to my orders from now on." Jianiwei said, "Yes, Master Baspa." Baspa said overbearingly, "Don't call me master or villain. Just call me Old Baspa." "Right, Bitch, why are you so miserable? You can't even get saliva?" Jianiwei smiled bitterly. "If you were me, you would probably be even worse off than me. Others have formed gangs, but I'm all alone. How can I survive?" Lei Xingfeng said, "How did you get punished here?" Jianiwei said, "I offended a guy from the Ming-Zhe Alliance's headquarters, so I was killed. Luckily, it's the punishment camp. If I died in the Vanguard camp, I wouldn't be here anymore." Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "You're from the lower sex?" Jianiwei said, "Yes, I'm the Grand Elder of the Pagoda Battle Sect." "Ha, what's the use? I'm not even comparable to the Ming-Zhe Alliance's headquarters. A mere heaven monarch was sent to the punishment camp for 18 years. Ha ha, look at how unlucky I am." Master Ma said, "No wonder some of the patriarchs from the lower sects often don't understand the situation. They think they are the boss, and the result is tragic." Jianiwei said, "You are." Baspa said overbearingly, "We are all from the Ming-Zhe Alliance's headquarters. Don't be surprised, there are also conflicts in the headquarters." Ai Chi said, "If you want to go to the Ming-Zhe Alliance's headquarters, there is someone in front of you who can help you." He couldn't help but tease Jianiwei. Jianiwei's eyes lit up. Although he hated the way the Ming-Zhe Alliance did things, he was instantly excited when he heard that there was a chance to enter the Ming-Zhe Alliance. The headquarters of the Ming-Zhe Alliance was the best place for cultivators. When they couldn't enter, they couldn't help but curse. In the end, it was because of envy, jealousy, and hatred. "Who?" Baspa said overbearingly. "Idiot, Brother Lei is a restriction master. Who do you think can help you?" Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, "We are still in the punishment camp. Why are you talking nonsense?" Restriction master. Jianiwei knew better than Baspa and the others how high the status of this person was. If an ordinary restriction master went to his original sect, he would definitely be carefully served by the Great Elder and other higher-ups. Generally speaking, the restrictions of the sect were set up by the Ming-Zhe Alliance's restriction main hall. No one dared to neglect these restriction masters. Not only did the sect have to be responsible for the restriction materials, they also had to pay the restriction master. Even if the sect was unwilling, they didn't dare to offend the restriction master. But the person in front of him was actually a restriction master. Jianiwei was quite shocked. He said, "Restriction master? Why is he in the punishment camp? No wonder there are restrictions here." He couldn't imagine that a restriction master would be sent to the punishment camp. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't worry about this. Bitch, forget it. This name is too unpleasant. I will call you Iwei from now on." Jianiwei hurriedly nodded and said, "Brother Lei, as you wish." Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, give Iwei food and water. Let him eat until he's full." Jian Wei sat at the table and began to eat and drink. Lei Xingfeng turned back to his room and activated the restriction. No one would come in at this time. He immediately returned to the mirror realm. The courtyard of the mirror realm was filled with all kinds of food and water. The entire mirror realm was mobilized to make all kinds of rations and barbecued meat. Large buckets of water were also piled up into a small mountain. Lei Xingfeng came in and began to collect. Soon, the courtyard was emptied and placed into the hidden Luan space. Only Tiger Love and Jean Dia were in the courtyard. The two sat in the wooden shed. Lei Xingfeng collected the things and sat at the table. He said, "Why aren't you cultivating?" Jean Dia laughed. "I'm not in a hurry to cultivate. It's good to be able to enjoy life." He knew that the chances of him continuing to advance were very small. If he could reach the monarch realm, he could live for many more years. After a lifetime of work, seeing Lei Xingfeng's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, he knew that he couldn't compare. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Where did Uncle Ling go?" Tiger Love smiled. "He went to the base to collect a batch of meat. He'll be back soon." The two production bases were the food supply bases of the mirror realm. Every once in a while they would send back a batch of food. After all, the mirror realm had reduced its food production. Jean Dia said, "Everyone else went to mine. The original ring crystal mine has been dug clean. The ancestor took people and dug directly under the other mines. Haha, they're digging like crazy. I believe that soon they'll be able to dig out a part of it. I heard that it's very precious." Tiger Love said, "Yes, it should be a mine that only the Tao Lord ancestor can use." Lei Xingfeng was delighted and said, "That's great." Jean Dia curled his lips and said, "What's so great about it? Only the ancestor can use a Tao Lord ancestor level mine. We can't use it. Even if we can use it, we can only use a little." Xan Feng said seriously, "Uncle Jean, in the Ming-Zhe Alliance, Tao Lord old ancestors are really nothing, there are too many of them. I've been sent to the disciplinary camp. There are countless Tao Lord old ancestors there. Perhaps they're great figures in our secret sects, but in the Ming-Zhe Alliance, they're nothing, unless they can become a mid-Tao Lord old ancestor. There are too many low-level Tao Lords. The goal of our secret sects is to at least become a Tao Lord old ancestor, if not, even with the mirror world, we're nothing." Jean Dia and Tiger Love were speechless. Both of them had exhausted their potential and used the 10,000-year spirit liquid to force their way through. They had no confidence in their future cultivation. Not to mention Tao Lord ancestors, even Heavenly Lord was out of their reach. If they used the 10,000-year spirit liquid again, it would be a waste. If it was used by a talented cultivator, the effect would be great. If it was used by them, the effect would be much worse. Moreover, a genius spirit treasure was very rare. It was almost impossible to use it again even if the ancestor appeared. After a while, Jean Dia smiled and said, "Afeng, don't be too nervous. We still have time." Chapter 657. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "I'm going back. But Uncle Jean, Uncle Tiger, cultivate as much as you can. Uncle Jean is right, we still have time. We have enough time to hide." Jean Dia said, "Don't worry, Afeng. Although Uncle Jean is old, he still has some drive." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Of course, Uncle Jean will definitely not get old." He then left the mirror realm and returned to the Scarlet Continent. He didn't dare to leave for too long. This was the disciplinary camp, not the headquarters of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. Since he still wanted to stay in the Ming-Zhe Alliance, he couldn't be too careless. Landing on the boulder, Xian Feng stared dumbfoundedly at Ai Qi, Ba Si Ba, Grandpa Ma, and Jian Wei, the four of them sitting on a table, playing mahjong. Seeing Lei Xingfeng come down, Baspa said domineeringly, "Brother Lei, I'll give you a handicap." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "You guys still have the mood to play mahjong in such a bad environment?" Beside the four of them, there was a bucket of water and a cup floating on the water. They took a sip from time to time. It was too hot here. Ai Chi smiled and said, "It's because of Mahjong that we should be able to survive for 3 years. Haha, if we didn't have this, I would probably suffocate to death." Suddenly, someone shouted from outside the formation, "Is anyone there?" Because the defensive formation was activated, the surroundings were distorted. The people outside could see the figures but couldn't see how many people there were. The people inside the formation could see the people outside clearly. There were more than 100 people. After a little observation, they were all covered in dust and looked very miserable. However, Lei Xingfeng was already used to it. There was no food or water here, especially no water. Everyone was suffering. They didn't even drink much water, let alone wash up. It was impossible for them to look good. Lei Xingfeng turned and asked, "Iwei, who are they?" Jian Iwei said nervously, "Supervisor Liu, it's Supervisor Liu. He's the tyrant of the disciplinary camp." Lei Xingfeng sneered and said, "This guy is probably looking for trouble. Well, Jianni, you go and negotiate with them. If they are here to trade, let them come in one at a time. If they're here to cause trouble, tell them to scram." Jian Wei's face instantly turned bitter. He couldn't afford to offend Du Lu. Du Lu was a lunatic. He had more than 200 Tao Lord Patriarchs and thousands of Heaven Lords under his command. He was quite famous in the disciplinary camp. Baspa sneered and said, "Bitch, we don't keep freeloaders here." Jian Wei stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go." When Jian Wei arrived outside the formation, Du Lu exclaimed in shock, "Bitch! Why are you here?" Jian Wei smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Supervisor, my master said that if you're here to trade, then go in alone. If you're here to cause trouble, then get lost." He said without any imposing manner, as if he was the messenger. Du Lu was furious. "What did you say? You want me to get lost?" Jian Wei was helpless. He didn't want to offend this lunatic at all. However, Lei Xingfeng's words were very clear. He couldn't ignore it. Otherwise, how could he be a freeloader? He said, "My master said so." Du Lu said, "A restriction master, a mere heaven lord, dares to talk to me like this in the disciplinary camp? Do you want to die?" Lei Xingfeng walked to the edge of the formation and said calmly, "Want to die?" Du Lu said, "You're the master that the bitch was talking about? Kid, this isn't the headquarters of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. A restriction master is nothing special. He can find a chance to kill you. In the disciplinary camp, it's not a big deal for a few people to die." Lei Xingfeng said, "You mean you want to kill me?" Du Lu said, "That depends on whether you're smart or not. If you're not smart, your bones will be turned into ashes." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. He said, "You probably don't know this. When I first entered the disciplinary camp, well, that was still the branch camp, there were people like you. They were even worse. I killed hundreds of Tao Lord Patriarchs in one go. Do you think you can do whatever you want with just a few people?" Du Lu was stunned. He then laughed and said, "Haha, nonsense. That's impossible. Are you trying to scare me?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't need to scare you. You can come in and try." Du Lu hesitated. He knew how powerful a restriction master was. However, he didn't really know how useful they were. Most of what he heard was from other people. The cultivators here were different from Lei Xingfeng and the other cultivators from secret sections. They didn't have much knowledge. Only the people from the headquarters of the Ming-Zhe Alliance were extremely knowledgeable. Du Lu looked at the group of subordinates behind him. Although he didn't dare to charge into the restriction master, he wasn't afraid. He said, "Kid, come out if you dare." Lei Xingfeng sneered and turned to leave. How could he say such a stupid thing? He despised this guy. Du Lu saw that Lei Xingfeng didn't reply and turned to leave. He couldn't help but shout, "Hey, come out if you dare." Lei Xingfeng spat on the ground. "Idiot." Jian Wei followed Lei Xingfeng back. He didn't want to provoke Du Lu's enmity. Du Lu was furious. He shouted, F***CK, break his restriction, master. I want to kill him. His subordinates looked at each other. One of them ran to Du Lu and whispered, Boss Du Lu, this person is really powerful. He really killed a lot of people when we were in the sub-camp. Du Lu was shocked. What did you say? That person said, I have a brother in the branch camp who was bribed. He wanted to make things difficult for this guy, but he almost lost his life. At least 100 people died with him. Du Lu felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that those who went to the branch camp usually didn't commit serious crimes. Those who went to the main camp had committed serious crimes. Most of them would be imprisoned for more than 10 years. Moving from the branch camp to the main camp meant that their crimes were more serious. This meant that what his subordinates said might be true. If it was true, then he would be courting death if he tried to break the restriction master's restriction master. Du Lu was terrified. He only wanted to extort Lei Xingfeng to get enough food and water. He didn't want to pay any price. That was why he brought his subordinates here to pressure Lei Xingfeng. He didn't expect this guy to be someone he shouldn't mess with. Du Lu stared at Lei Xingfeng's slightly distorted back. Finally, he became a shadow. He scratched his head dejectedly. After a while, he said, How dare you scold me? I'll make sure you can't trade anything. Du Lu slapped his thigh and said, Oh right, didn't you want to trade? I won't let you trade. Haha, lock this place down. Don't let anyone enter or leave. I don't believe I can't kill you. Du Lu's words were clearly heard by Lei Xingfeng. Baspa's expression changed. He said, This bastard wants to lock us down. Aichi said, Damn it. If I'm still in the main camp, I'll kill him. Master Ma said, It's really annoying to be bullied by this kind of person. Jianyue's mouth moved, but he didn't say anything. He didn't need to worry. Since Lei Xingfeng was here, he would have enough to eat. There was no point in saying anything. That was why he kept quiet. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, What's there to worry about? Let him lock us down. If no one traded at the start, it would be troublesome to lock us down. But now, does he have the ability to lock us down? I believe he's not the only bully in the main camp. Jianyue nodded. He realized that Lei Xingfeng was very smart. No wonder he was a restriction master. People who dealt with restrictions were smart. Baspa thought about it. He smiled and said, That's right. If someone successfully trades, this matter can't be hidden anymore. There will definitely be many people who want to trade. Those who are alone might not be able to do it, but there will definitely be people from other teams. Du Lu definitely won't be able to lock us down. Otherwise, there will definitely be conflict. Aichi and Master Ma smiled. That was the reason. Aichi said, All right, since there's nothing else for now, let's continue playing mahjong. Once he said that, Baspa and the rest instantly became excited. Once they started playing mahjong, it was easy to get addicted. The few of them, including Jianyue, who had just learned how to play mahjong, had already fallen in love with this form of entertainment. Lei Xingfeng looked gloomily at the four of them sitting at the table and shuffling the tiles. They started playing mahjong excitedly. 30,000. 4 of them. 1 of them. White of them. Lei Xingfeng felt a headache coming on. He regretted bringing this game into this world. He didn't expect them to be so addicted. He turned around and returned to his room. He couldn't be bothered to watch the 4 of them play. When he was free, he would think about how to cast restrictions instantly. Up until now, Lei Xingfeng had already figured out the knack of it. However, it was extremely difficult to set up a restriction instantly. Lei Xingfeng's current idea was to gather all the restrictions on a certain medium. He had already experimented many times, but because the medium collapsed, the restrictions would collapse. He had already failed many times. After experimenting with all sorts of materials, Lei Xingfeng still couldn't find a suitable material. Playing with the large ring crystal in his hand, Lei Xingfeng fell into deep thought. Hard materials, soft materials, natural materials, purified materials, metallic materials. He had experimented with all of them, but he just couldn't find a suitable one. Gradually, Lei Xingfeng let out a long sigh. He looked at the large ring crystal in his hand and couldn't help but be moved. He had all sorts of energy crystals with different properties. Some were for general use and some had attribute. For example, the large ring crystal was a man-made general-use crystal, while the large thunder crystal was a semi-natural energy crystal. Among the pure natural crystals, the ring crystal was considered a type. The sky evolution crystal that he obtained in the past was also an artificial energy crystal. It was a general-use crystal for ancient cultivators. Why didn't he use the crystal as a restriction carrier? This was something that Lei Xingfeng had never tried before. He thought for a moment and decided to use the large ring crystal as an experiment. This thing was very precious in the Ming-Zhe alliance, but it was still produced in large quantities. Especially in the restriction main hall, there were many chances to obtain large ring crystals. Therefore, for a restriction, the large ring crystal was a suitable experimental material. He would use the large ring crystal as an experiment. Chapter 658. Lei Xingfeng thought to himself, using the Mekuring crystal as the carrier of the restriction means that we can't use the Mekuring crystal to make components. We have to think of a way to set the restriction on the Mekuring crystal. However, Lei Xingfeng had no idea how to set the restriction on the Mekuring crystal. It was a pity that he couldn't go to the restriction main hall's database to look for information. Just thinking about it made him angry. Lei Xingfeng's original plan was messed up for no reason. Although it was only 3 years, Lei Xingfeng felt very uncomfortable. Lei Xingfeng tried to engrave the restriction on the Mekuring crystal. Instantly, the Mekuring crystal shattered. Lei Xingfeng looked at the shattered Mekuring crystal in his hand helplessly. He wanted to give up for now. Even if he had a lot of Mekuring crystals, he couldn't afford to waste them like this. Du Lu thought that his idea was great. As long as he controlled the way in which Lei Xingfeng and the others entered, it would be equivalent to cutting off their possibility of coming out. Once they came out, they wouldn't be surrounded by a few Dao Lord Patriarchs. Instead, they would be attacked by a group of Dao Lord Patriarchs. They wouldn't be able to resist at all. Unexpectedly, many people came outside the next day. Du Lu sent people to stop them. However, as more and more people came, Du Lu started to realize that there was no way to stop them. Indeed, not long after, cultivators from another powerful sect came. Du Lu's people were just about to stop them when they were beaten up. Du Lu was forced to step forward. Before he could say anything, a huge battle broke out. Lei Xingfeng was also alarmed by the battle. He came to the entrance and saw that the battle outside was in full swing. He jumped down and came to Baspa's side. He asked, "What's going on outside?" Baspa casually threw out a tile and said, "East wind." Then, he looked up and said, "Brother Lei, what's wrong?" Lei Xingfeng looked at him speechlessly. These 4 fellows were very focused on playing mahjong. They didn't notice that the battle outside was in full swing. They continued to play mahjong seriously. Du Lu's group in the main camp wasn't considered big, and he didn't have many subordinates. There were only about 1,000 of them, and less than 200 of them were Dao Lord Patriarchs. Compared to the 100,000 people in the main camp, this wasn't considered much. Fortunately, the group that came this time was similar to Du Lu's group, and their strength was about the same. Hence, the 2 sides immediately started fighting. Lei Xingfeng was very bored. He looked at the 4 people playing mahjong and said, "Who will accompany me to have a look?" Bath said domineeringly, "Brother Lei, watch for yourself. Let's fight for a while more." Bang! Haha, 10,000. Ai Chi, Grandpa Ma, and Jianyi Wei were all focused on the mahjong tiles. They didn't pay attention to Lei Xingfeng's words. Lei Xingfeng was so angry that he almost flipped the table. However, he also understood that even in his previous life, Once someone was on the mahjong table, very few people were willing to stop halfway. With a sigh, he could only walk out by himself. When he arrived at the edge of the restriction, Lei Xingfeng didn't walk out. Instead, he stood at the edge of the restriction and watched the two sides fight. Du Lu's group wasn't weak, and they were fighting very well. In such a short time, 6 or 7 of their opponents had fallen, and they had lost 5 people. Lei Xingfeng sat on the ground and took out a bottle of Murloc wine. He drank as he watched. At this time, if a restriction enveloped the area, it should be able to cover most of the people. Unfortunately, Lei Xingfeng didn't have such a restriction yet. If he had such a restriction, he believed that he wouldn't have to be afraid of the opponent's numbers. Both sides seemed to be fighting fiercely, but it was obvious that they were holding back. Even so, there were still some casualties. After a while, both sides stopped fighting. In such a short time, both sides couldn't bear the loss of manpower. Both sides were in a stalemate. At this time, more than 100 cultivators came. The entire area outside the restriction was filled with people. Du Lu's plan to seal the area was quickly foiled. Just as Lei Xingfeng guessed, Du Lu's group couldn't control it at all. After all, they weren't the strongest group in the main camp. A few small groups were enough to make him retreat. After a while, some people came to the side of the restriction. It was obvious that they were a few group. Du Lu brought his subordinates and stood at the side. He couldn't stop the other groups from trading. A burly man walked over. He came to the side of the restriction and said, "Are you the one who wants to trade food and water? Do you have any conditions?" A large group of people followed behind him. Du Lu could only watch helplessly. He knew that he couldn't continue to stop them. Otherwise, he would incur everyone's anger. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "That's me. The conditions are simple. The trading location has to be here. 2 to 3 people can enter the restriction to trade at a time. Of course, you can also entrust a few people to come in and trade. I'll trade food and water for all kinds of materials. High, and low-grade materials can be traded. There's no limit to the amount." After that, a few leaders came over and met Lei Xingfeng one by one. After a simple discussion, Lei Xingfeng said, "I have a condition, or rather, a mission. Which one of you is willing to accept it? The reward for the mission is that when you trade, I can give you 10 to 20% more food and water." When this condition was mentioned, the leaders of the groups were envious. 10 to 20% of food was very important to them. One of the leaders asked, "What mission?" Lei Xingfeng said calmly, "Chase Du Lu's group away and supervise them. I won't trade with them in the future. Send someone to guard this place. If anyone from Du Lu's group comes to trade, chase them away." Du Lu was completely miserable. Perhaps one group wasn't enough to chase Du Lu's group away, but when a few groups worked together, Du Lu wouldn't be able to handle them. Seeing that Du Lu's group was chased away by a few groups, Lei Xingfeng went back and asked the 4 people who were still playing mahjong to stand up. He said, "All right, let's start working." Only then did Baspa and the others stand up unwillingly. They left the mahjong table and started working. Lei Xingfeng sat at the table. First construction guard went to the restriction to fetch people. Baspa was still the guard. People from outside came in one after another. Large amounts of food and water were quickly turned into various materials. As the trade continued, less than 10 days passed. The entire disciplinary headquarters knew that there were a few people who could use materials to exchange for food and water. Every cultivator had a considerable amount of materials in their hand. This was a guarantee for them to advance. However, when they were about to die of hunger and thirst, staying alive was the most important thing. Of course, it wasn't a problem if they didn't want to trade. The disciplinary headquarters would distribute some food and water every once in a while. However, the amount was shockingly small. Especially water, it was barely enough to survive. This place was extremely hot, so the amount of water wasn't enough. Only a few people endured the suffering and couldn't bear to part with the materials they collected. Most of the people in the disciplinary headquarters couldn't help but come to trade. Some people used materials that they didn't need to trade. However, once they could drink water and eat to their heart's content, who would be able to endure it? Naturally, they would exchange materials that they couldn't bear to part with for food and water. Just like that, Lei Xingfeng collected a large amount of materials. Other than a few for his own use, most of the other materials were sent back to the mirror realm. Wu Yang stored them in the treasury for the cultivators in the secret sect. Of course, these materials weren't given for free. They had to be exchanged for by completing missions. For the foundation of the secret sect, Lei Xingfeng would search for materials no matter where he went. Ever since he came to the Ming-Zhe Alliance, even if he entered the disciplinary headquarters, he would still be able to obtain materials. His efficiency alone was higher than the entire secret sect. A large amount of materials flowed into Lei Xingfeng's hands. Of course, Baspa and the others could also obtain materials that they needed. Of course, First Construction Guard couldn't. He could only obtain food and water. He couldn't obtain anything else. For half a year, other than exchanging for food and water, Lei Xingfeng focused on studying his seals. His current task was to find out how to set up seals faster and easier. In half a year, Lei Xingfeng had basically formed the seal components into a combination. If he were to set up a seal now, a thunder-killing array would take him half a day. After his processing, a more powerful thunder-killing array would only take an hour. If he was nervous, he could barely set it up in half an hour. However, compared to Lei Xingfeng, who wanted to set it up in an instant, it was still a far cry. Scratching his head, Lei Xingfeng couldn't think of a better idea. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He temporarily stopped thinking about seals and went to the trading area below. This place had been reorganized by Baspa. There was about 100 square meters of open space. The ground was very flat. A long table and a few chairs were placed in the middle. A few people were in the middle of trading. Lei Xingfeng pulled a chair over and sat down. He asked, "Old AI, how is it?" AI Chi said, "That's it. Brother Lei, I don't understand. Why do you need so many materials?" Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Do you think you have a lot of materials? We are seal masters." Seals used a lot of materials, including materials from various fields. This was an excellent excuse, so AI Chi didn't have any doubts. He said, "To make seals, you can just get them from the main hall. Is there a need to collect so much?" Lei Xingfeng said, "If it's not a mission from the main hall, where would you get the materials?" AI Chi said, "That's true. Well, since you like it and have something to exchange, let's continue." At this time, 2 cultivators from the disciplinary camp were exchanging materials. After such a long time, most people didn't have many materials left. The 2 of them couldn't get much food and water. Both of them were frowning. One of them said, "Do you want puppets?" Grandpa Ma said, "What puppets? Strong men?" That person said, "No, just the most basic puppets." Grandpa Ma said straightforwardly, "No, this thing is not very useful." That person laughed bitterly and said, "That's true. There are so many people that we can't use them all. Who would use puppets?" Chapter 659. Xian Feng had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, he had a solution to the restriction. He shouted loudly, "Grandpa Ma, exchange with him!" As he spoke, he ran back to his room like a wisp of smoke. There was no time to set it up, but it was a great idea to use strong men or humanoid beasts. In the past, when he was weak, no matter if it was the silver or gold mannequins, or those steel mannequins, to Xian Feng, they were all of great help. However, as his cultivation increased and his horizons widened, he didn't use these support-type mannequins much anymore. Most of them were placed in the mirror world to do some dull work. Due to the consumption of energy crystals, he gradually realized that the gains didn't make up for the losses. Just like what old Ma said, if a human couldn't find a job, who would use a mannequin? Therefore, most of Lei Xingfeng's humanoid beasts were sealed up. Even Jing Zia didn't come out of her room. She was left in the mirror realm by Lei Xingfeng. This time, when he opened his mind, Lei Xingfeng found another use for the humanoid beast. It was definitely a good thing to use them to set up a formation. Originally, Lei Xingfeng wanted to set up a formation in an instant, but he couldn't solve the problem. Therefore, it was necessary to change his way of thinking. If he had the help of the humanoid beasts, even if he couldn't set up the formation in an instant, he knew that with careful preparation, a thunder-killing formation could be completed in 10 seconds. As long as he could smoothly release the humanoid beasts, and the humanoid beasts could reach the designated location, it would be very easy to set up the restriction formation. After changing his way of thinking, Lei Xingfeng found that he didn't waste the past 6 months. He had combined and condensed the restriction components, and the entire restriction formation had a lot fewer steps. Using the humanoid beasts to set up the formation was a feasible method. He had to make a trip back to the mirror world. All the humanoid beasts were in the mirror world. He no longer kept the humanoid beasts in the hidden Luan space, as they would not be of much help. The most common cultivators in the Ming-Zhe alliance were mostly heaven monarchs and Dao Lord. A few humanoid beasts were of no threat at all and were of no use to him. After activating the restriction on the passage, Lei Xingfeng flashed back to the mirror realm. During this half a year, Lei Xingfeng would often return. Apart from bringing back all sorts of materials, he would also discuss the future of the hidden sect with Wu Yang and the others, as well as obtain all sorts of information. Several people were sitting in the wooden shed in the courtyard. This place had already become an important gathering point for the secret sect. Many people would come here when they had nothing to do, eat the food cooked by Jean Depeng, and interact with others. As a result, the courtyard had been expanded several times, and the wooden shed had also been rebuilt. Lei Xingfeng said, "Uncle Gao, Ah Yi, Master, Lotzi, you are all here." As he spoke, he walked into the wooden shed and found a place to sit down. Gucci smiled and said, "I was just talking about you. I didn't expect you to come back so quickly. Afeng, how's the trade going?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "The quantity of materials is rapidly decreasing, but the quality has greatly increased. There are quite a few rare materials." Hearing this, everyone laughed. Gao Yi said, "That's because we've been squeezed to the very end. We've probably used up all the materials we have, and the rest are treasures that we're not willing to trade." Thunderstorm said indifferently, "There's nothing to eat or drink. In the end, we still have to trade." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, the materials we're trading are indeed getting better and more precious. Many of them are things that we urgently need, and many of them are things that we'll need to collect in the future." Gao Yi said, "You might cause public outrage. You said before that with the protection of the restriction, you'll be in trouble if the disciplinary camp gathers." Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "It's very interesting. It's been more than half a year, and the disciplinary camp hasn't gathered even once. It's just that we haven't collected the materials that we want. Of course, we don't lack these things." La Zi said, "What will happen if they gather?" Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, "The disciplinary camp is slightly better than the Death Vanguard camp. Once they gather, it means that something big has happened. We're all cannon fodder, and it's very difficult for us to escape." Gao Yi said, "You've offended too many people. Everyone is trading their materials for food and water. In the end, they'll bear a grudge against you." Lei Xingfeng said, "Of course they'll bear a grudge, but what can they do to me?" Thunderstorm said, "It's better to be careful. If you get cheated, it won't be worth it." Lei Xingfeng said, "I'll be careful. I already have my own way. Don't worry about me." Thunderstorm knew how powerful Lei Xingfeng was, so he just reminded him. As Ah Yi, no matter what Lei Xingfeng did, he couldn't let go. Lei Xingfeng gave the materials he collected recently to Gucci, as well as a large amount of food and water. Although the materials exchanged recently were less, the amount of food and water sold was still large, and this was because the materials were getting more and more expensive. Lei Xingfeng then went to his warehouse in the Mirror Realm. Even though his hidden Luan space was big enough, there were still many things that couldn't fit. This warehouse was underground and was made up of more than 10 huge spaces. Each space was thousands of square meters in size and 10 meters in height. A large amount of the things he collected were placed there, including all kinds of mannequins. This time, he took 100 steel mannequins, 10 silver mannequins, and 4 gold mannequins. He also put Jingxia into his hidden Luan space. After returning to his home in the Scarlet Continent, he immediately took out a steel mannequin and began to design the restriction structure. He wanted to make the structure directly on the mannequin. Lei Xingfeng basically didn't ask about what was going on outside. He just gave the food and water to Ai Qi and the others, and focused on making the restriction component. At first, it was a bit difficult, but as his research deepened, Lei Xingfeng's restriction components became more and more refined. They were combined very well with the mannequins. He only used 15 steel mannequins and 1 silver mannequin to make a powerful thunder-killing formation. The silver mannequin was used to make the core of the restriction, while the other 15 steel mannequins were used to carry the joint restriction components. Soon, all the components were installed. Jingxia said, "This is your active restriction-killing formation?" Lei Xingfeng said proudly, "How is it? You didn't have this idea back then, did you?" Jingxia said honestly, "Indeed we didn't. But how can you guarantee that these steel mannequins won't be destroyed?" Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, "They are also a point of attack. I redesigned the steel mannequins and modified them. Didn't you see that these steel mannequins can emit thunder and lightning?" Jingxia said, "It's not like they can emit thunder and lightning attacks. It's because of the restriction-killing formation." Lei Xingfeng laughed. He was very proud. In the past, he had thought of modifying the mannequins, but he didn't know where to start. This time, he learned by analogy. He used the restriction formation to drive the mannequins, so that they also had some of the functions of the restriction-killing formation. In this way, the battle strength of the mannequins would be increased. This also achieved the goal of increasing the strength of the mannequins. Even if they borrowed the power of the thunder-killing formation, their defense and attack power would be greatly improved. Jingxia nodded and said, "I can control them." Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "I plan to let you control another restriction-killing formation. It's also the thunder-killing formation, but it's more powerful and has fewer mannequins. 6 silver mannequins, 4 gold mannequins, and you, a total of 11. You will control it. It's a mobile restriction-killing formation. Since the components can move with the mannequins, then the restriction-killing formation can also move. This is my trump card." Jingxia was stunned. After a while she said, "A mobile restriction-killing formation. Amazing." Lei Xingfeng said, "I've been thinking about it for a long time." Chapter 660. Everyone present had learned about restrictions, especially Lei Xingfeng, who had brought back a lot of information about restrictions. Therefore, even if they were not at the level of a restriction master, they were still at the level of an advanced restriction master. Wu Yang and Guqi were especially willing to study restrictions. This was a habit formed when they explored the Great Forbidden Land. When they explored the Great Forbidden Land, the most difficult thing was the various restrictions. They were forced to learn and understand them. Otherwise, they would not be able to get anything good. Thunderstorm and Gao Yi were no strangers to restrictions under Lei Xingfeng's influence. Especially Gao Yi, who was proficient in ice-type restrictions. Wu Yang asked curiously, "What? Quickly set up a restriction? How fast?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Set up a restriction in a dozen seconds. Well, to be precise, set up a killing restriction." Wu Yang shouted, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" Gucci also shook his head. He said, "No one has ever set up a formation so fast. You must be joking. A dozen seconds, set up a formation. How can we make it in time?" Thunderstorm said, "You've succeeded?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, I've successfully designed this restriction. It's just that I haven't tested it yet." Wu Yang, Gucci, and the others were shocked. This method of setting up a formation so quickly was absolutely abnormal. One had to know that a killing restriction could deal with Dao Lord Patriarch. If it was more advanced, it could even deal with mid-level Dao Lord Patriarch. But how many mid-level Dao Lord Patriarchs were there? The number was much less than that of early-level Dao Lord Patriarchs. Thunderstorm said, "Let's try it here. I'm a lightning type. Use it to set up the formation. Let me see how fast it is." Lei Xingfeng agreed and said, "Let's go outside. The courtyard has been renovated. Once we set up the formation, it will be destroyed." The group of people followed Lei Xingfeng out of the courtyard and arrived at the open space outside the mirror realm. Wu Yang and the others stopped. Thunderstorm said, "A Feng, set up the formation here." The news immediately spread. Many cultivators came to watch the show, including Gucci's disciples. Wu Yang said, "It's fine here. I think it's a great thing even if it takes a few minutes to set up the formation, let alone 10 seconds. Lei Xingfeng said, "Everyone disperse." Everyone quickly retreated, leaving behind a large empty space. Wu Yang shouted from afar, "Let's begin." Xianfeng waved his hand and in an instant, 16 mannequins appeared in front of him. One of them was a silver-level mannequin. Xianfeng shouted, "Run!" The 16 humanoid beast puppets ran. In just 10 seconds they all stood in their positions. Instantly, the control hub on the silver humanoid beast activated the thunder-killing formation. Countless lightning bolts roared and struck down instantly. Wu Yang and the others stared blankly with their mouths agape. They never thought that Lei Xingfeng would use the humanoid beast puppets as a medium to set up the formation. Each humanoid beast was a set of restriction component. Once activated, they would immediately connect together and rely on the control hub to activate the formation. At this time, Lei Xingfeng had already rushed to the silver humanoid beast and took control of the restriction. The lightning only roared for a moment. Lei Xingfeng immediately stopped it. This would consume large thunder crystals. He didn't want to waste it. Wu Yang and the others quickly gathered. He laughed and said, "Haha, this method is amazing. No matter what danger we encounter in the future, with this treasure, we can set up the formation at any time and defend at any time. Most importantly, this thing can give us time to escape. Once we encounter a super strong enemy, after activating the killing formation, even if we abandon this formation and escape back to the mirror world, it's still worth it." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Yes, the purpose of setting up the formation quickly is to kill the enemy and also to escape. We don't know about other people's methods, but if we encounter a strong enemy, with this killing formation, even if it's an emperor-level expert, we can still fight for a chance of survival." Wu Yang said, "Good. I want to make a set of humanoid beast puppets like this in the future. Haha, it's really useful." Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "It's not enough. I don't know if this killing formation can really kill a Dao Monarch level expert." He was referring to Dao Monarchs. Everyone knew this. Wu Yang said, "This has to do with the power of the killing formation. It has nothing to do with the formation. A Feng, since you can set up the formation quickly, it means that we have a very good weapon." Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, I'll try to make more. I'll give everyone a copy of the formation diagram. This thing isn't difficult to make. If everyone works together, we should be able to get it together quickly. I'll install it on the humanoid beast puppet." Thunderstorm was very straightforward. He said, "Give me the Star Python record." Lei Xingfeng took out a page of the Star Python record and recorded what he had learned. Then, he handed it to Thunderstorm and said, "Ah ye, let everyone copy it." The Star Python record was quickly passed through everyone's hands. Everyone had a copy of the Star Python record. After a while, Wu Yang said, "No problem. Although I haven't made such a complicated formation before, I can handle it." Gucci said, "I have no problem." Gao Yi said, "I have a problem. Afeng, can we change these places to this?" As he spoke, he recorded his thoughts on the Star Python record and handed it to Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng looked carefully and said, "You want to use the ice element ice-killing formation?" Gao Yi nodded. "I'm more familiar with ice element killing formations." Lei Xingfeng pondered for a moment and said, "You can try to design it like this." He pointed out a few key points. Wu Yang's level was actually very high. He said, "If that's the case, then I'll modify it. Can we make it a fire element killing formation?" They began to discuss enthusiastically in the courtyard. Lei Xingfeng was in charge of answering questions while the others began to design their own killing formations. Only Thunderstorm was the most relaxed because he could use Lei Xingfeng's thunder-killing formation. After all, he was also a cultivator of the thunder element. Using the thunder-killing formation was the most suitable. Soon, the various restriction components took shape. Lei Xingfeng constantly helped to modify them. With his knowledge of restrictions, Lei Xingfeng already had an overwhelming advantage. He didn't go to the restriction main hall's database for nothing. He had put in a lot of hard work in the database. It was more than enough to guide the others. For 2 days they didn't sleep or rest. Jean Depan brought out various delicacies from time to time. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Gradually, Gao Ye's ice element restriction and ice killing formation took shape. Wu Yang's fire element killing formation was also completed bit by bit. Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's refine a batch of restriction components first. We'll start with Uncle Gao's ice killing formation." After discussing, they began to work together. They all had a certain level of skill. Everyone gave it their all. Soon, the first ice-killing formation was completed on a dozen or so steel humanoid beasts. It took another day for the ice-killing formation to take shape. Wu Yang smiled. "Let's test it out." Gao Yi smiled and agreed. Everyone came out of the courtyard and walked to the empty field where they were testing. Gao Yi raised his hand and threw out the steel humanoid beasts. As soon as they appeared, they began to madly run in all directions. This location had been set up long ago. Every steel humanoid beast had its own location. As soon as they were released, they would madly run to their location. This kind of restriction-killing formation didn't cover a large area. At most, it would cover a few hundred square meters. Therefore, the steel humanoid beasts would reach their location after running for about 100 meters at most. This would only take about 10 seconds. When the furthest steel humanoid beast reached its location, Gao Yi immediately activated the restriction-killing formation. He didn't place the restriction core on the humanoid beast. Instead, he controlled it himself. It would be faster by a few seconds. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold radiated out. Large clouds of white mist rapidly rolled. Those steel humanoid beasts that were standing were immediately submerged in the rolling white mist. Gao Yi laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, this is great." Lei Xingfeng said, "Put it away. It's fine as long as it can operate." In an instant, Gao Yi put away the steel humanoid beasts. The surrounding environment changed. A drizzle began to fall. However, it disappeared after a few minutes. Wu Yang said, "Let's test out my fire-killing formation." As he spoke, he raised his hand and threw out the steel humanoid beasts. As the humanoid beasts quickly ran, they each stood at their own location. The entire fire-killing formation began to operate. Large clouds of flames suddenly rose and quickly covered the steel humanoid beasts. That fierce killing intent soared into the sky. A scorching aura spread out. Lei Xingfeng tried to command a steel humanoid beast to rush into the fire-killing formation. In an instant, the steel humanoid beast began to emit a red light. Everyone stared at the steel humanoid beast. They watched as its entire body emitted a red light. Then, it began to melt quickly. It had only rushed into the fire-killing formation for a few seconds, and the steel humanoid beast began to melt. Everyone was secretly shocked. The temperature was a little frightening. Wu Yang controlled the restriction. The fire-killing formation was fully activated. In a few seconds, the steel humanoid beast turned into a pool of molten steel. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but clap and say, "That's amazing! Good!" There were a large number of steel humanoid beasts in the mirror world. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng didn't feel any heartache when one of them was destroyed. He said, "All right, Founder, you can put it away now." Wu Yang put away the steel humanoid beast and said with a smile, "The effect is unexpectedly good." "Haha, this is a good trump card," Gucci said, "especially against high-level cultivators and against group. This thing is definitely powerful." Everyone chatted and laughed as they returned to the courtyard. Lei Xingfeng said, "Make more in the future. Ah Yi, I'll leave this thunder-killing formation to you. I'll go back and make another one." He still had a set of mobile restriction-killing formations, so he gave this one to Thunderstorm. Ah Ye's safety was the most important thing in his heart. Everyone sat down. Wu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Afeng, have you realized that there's a big problem with your design?" Lei Xingfeng said, "What is it?" Wu Yang said, "The steel humanoid beast is the weakness of the formation." Chapter 661. Lei Xingfeng nodded. "I know. If someone attacks the steel humanoid beasts while setting up the formation, preventing them from reaching the designated location, it will be very difficult to successfully set up the killing formation." Gao Yi said, "Yes, it will only be effective if the formation is successfully set up. These steel humanoid beasts are too weak. If they are destroyed while setting up the formation, then the formation will be useless." Wu Yang said, "Or we can look for a higher-grade puppet beast." Actually, a gold-grade puppet beast is pretty good. It's faster and has stronger defense. It's best to use it to set up a forbidden killing array." Everyone was silent. Gold-level humanoid beasts were considered decent existences even in the Great Forbidden Area. However, there were very few of them. A single killing formation required more than 10 of them. Lei Xingfeng didn't have many on hand. It was far from enough to set up a killing formation. After a while, Lei Xingfeng said, "We can either go to the Great Forbidden Area to look for them or make our own. However, we don't know much about the creation of humanoid beasts. At most, we can make steel humanoid beasts. This is unique to the mirror world. It's a pity that steel humanoid beasts are not suitable for battle." Gao Yi said, "Right, I still have some ice humanoid beasts. However, only I can use them. No one else can use them." Gucci said, "That's a pity. Yes, let's go to the Great Forbidden Area to look for them when we have time." Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't worry. I believe that once we use them, those who haven't seen them before won't be able to think of attacking them. As long as we act quickly and don't give them time to react, for example, when we release the humanoid beasts, we can purposely talk nonsense with them. These humanoid beasts are pretty good at tricking people." Wu Yang smiled. "That's a good idea. We have to think about it carefully. If we can set up the formation smoothly, no matter what method we use, as long as the humanoid beasts are in place, we will win." Lei Xingfeng said, "Moreover, the killing formation we are designing can be said to be the first generation. As long as we have this idea, won't we continue to improve it? In the future, we have to work hard to improve this method of setting up formations. We have to make them smaller and more secretive. I believe that in the end they will be extremely powerful." Thunderstorm said, "Afeng's understanding of seals is getting deeper and deeper. Indeed, we can try our luck in the Forbidden Lands. As an abandoned relic, I believe there are more good things there. It's just that we haven't ventured in yet. I have a guess that the cultivators here might not be much more powerful than the ancient people in the Forbidden Land. Wu Yang said, Yes, I think so too. Well, if there's a chance, we'll organize a group to go there. Fortunately, we have the Mirror Realm, so we can barely make it back. Otherwise, we would be helpless against a natural moat. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, All right, I'm going back. I've been out for quite some time, I don't know what will happen in the disciplinary camp. Wu Yang said, Yes, you should hurry back. If something happens and you're not around, it'll be troublesome. Lei Xingfeng said, Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll be back in a few days. As he said that, he went to the center of the yard and quickly returned to his home in the disciplinary camp through the Mirror Realm's secret door. After closing the passage's killing formation, Lei Xingfeng went downstairs. Ai Qi, Baspa, Grandpa Ma, and Jianyi Wei were still playing mahjong. Lei Xingfeng said, Is there anyone exchanging materials today? Baspa said domineeringly, Now is not the time for exchanging. Ai Qi said weakly, Fortunately, there's mahjong. Otherwise, I can't live like this. It's too damn annoying. Grandpa Ma said, Brother Lei, you want to play? Lei Xingfeng was not in the mood to play mahjong. He said, No, I'm not playing. Grandpa Ma was just being polite. He didn't want to give in at all. Not only was it unbearably hot here, but it was also extremely lonely. Fortunately, there was mahjong to pass the time. Even so, Ai Qi was about to go crazy. Life here was too boring. Fortunately, there was Lei Xingfeng. Otherwise, even if he didn't starve to death, he would die of thirst. Lei Xingfeng found a place to sit under the wooden shed. He looked at the thick smoke in the distance and was still thinking about how to perfect the killing formation. His hands were not idle either. He continued to refine restriction component. After giving a set of thunder killing formation to Yi, he only had a mobile one left. He still wanted to make a fixed one. He was very satisfied with the power of a fixed thunder killing formation. A mobile one was weaker than a fixed one. The thunder killing formation. After a period of thinking and improvement, the power of the thunder killing formation was gradually increasing. Every time Lei Xingfeng set up the formation, he would make some adjustments and accumulate some experience. In terms of restriction, the thunder killing formation could be said to be Lei Xingfeng's trump card. The deeper the understanding of the thunder killing formation, the more powerful the thunder killing formation would be. Although the moving thunder killing formation wasn't mature yet, it could still be used. As for its effect, Xianfeng didn't have much confidence in it, but as for the fixed thunder killing formation, Xianfeng had the confidence to increase its power by a large margin. Especially the thunder killing formation he made last time, there were many small problems within it. This time, after refining the components, there would be some changes. It was very easy for Lei Xingfeng to modify the restriction components and refine them. He didn't return to his room. Instead, he continued to refine restriction components one after another in the wooden shed. Then, he called out the humanoid beast and integrated the restriction components into it. After an unknown amount of time, Baspa and the others exchanged materials several times. Aside from trading, the four of them would play mahjong, eat, and take a short break. They basically ignored Lei Xingfeng's work. Only Ai Qi paid a little attention. He knew that Lei Xingfeng had completely lost interest in restriction components after refining them. If it wasn't for his family forcing him to learn restrictions, he wouldn't have liked it at all. In 10 days, Lei Xingfeng had finished refining another thunder-killing formation. This one was much stronger than the previous one. There were many protective measures, such as strengthening the steel humanoid beast's defense, increasing its movement speed, and canceling some of its functions. This was because Lei Xingfeng didn't need the steel humanoid beast to fight. He only needed it to smoothly reach the designated location. After finishing refining the thunder-killing formation, Lei Xingfeng started refining a hallucination formation. This time, with his experience from refining the thunder-killing formation, Lei Xingfeng only used 4 components to successfully refine a hallucination formation. Of course, it was a simple hallucination formation. He used 4 silver humanoid beasts as the carriers for the restriction component. This was because the silver humanoid beasts were not only fast but also agile. They weren't as clumsy and conspicuous as the steel humanoid beasts. After experimenting for a while, Lei Xingfeng was very satisfied. Of course, he also knew what the flaws were. However, he was already satisfied that he was able to reach this step. One had to know that there were too many people in the disciplinary camp who were stronger than him. He knew that the restrictions he had set up could only protect them temporarily. Once they walked out, the other members of the disciplinary camp would be too much of a threat to them. Without some tricks up his sleeve, Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to run out. Although Du Lu had retreated, Lei Xingfeng believed that once he left the protection of the restriction circle, Du Lu would definitely attack them. Lei Xingfeng didn't plan to keep this hallucination formation for himself. It was for his younger sister, Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingyao wasn't strong enough. With this hallucination formation, escaping wouldn't be a problem. This was a gift from Lei Xingfeng to his younger sister. At this time, Lei Xingfeng realized that he hadn't seen his younger sister recently. He didn't know what she was busy with now. However, he wasn't too worried about his younger sister's safety. With a treasure like the Mirror World that could allow them to return at any time, he believed that with Lei Xingyao's intelligence, she wouldn't be in danger. Taking out a big bottle of water, Lei Xingfeng drank it all in one gulp. This place was too hot. If it wasn't for his physique as a practitioner, he wouldn't be able to withstand the heat. At this time, Ba Siba and the others were busy exchanging materials. Lei Xingfeng stood up and walked over. Ai Qi said, "Brother Lei, is it done?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. It's done for now. Did you get any good materials?" Ai Qi sighed and said, "It's getting lesser and lesser. There are still some good materials, but many people don't come to exchange anymore." Lei Xingfeng understood that most people would only have good materials left after exchanging. Normally, they wouldn't come to exchange unless they had no other choice. The food and water they exchanged earlier could be used for a long time if they were frugal. Therefore, very few people came to exchange. Lei Xingfeng didn't think much of it. He knew that as long as he persevered, he would be able to exchange for more good materials. This couldn't be rushed. After exchanging with Ai Qi and receiving the materials, Lei Xingfeng released another batch of food and water. With the help of the 4 of them, Xian Feng felt much more relaxed. He provided food and water while the other 4 helped to exchange for materials. They were all very happy. This place was so miserable, especially the condition of the practitioners. The 4 of them were shocked. One must know that practitioners were high and mighty people in the continent, but once they were sent to the disciplinary camp, even food and water would become a problem. It was said that the Death Vanguard camp was even more miserable. That place was a true hell. Of course, this was only a legend. No one had seen it for themselves. Anyways, those who entered the Death Vanguard camp did not come out alive. After entering the disciplinary camp, if one was lucky, one could still leave. This was the biggest reason why Ai Qi and the others were willing to admit their guilt. Lei Xingfeng also came here because of this reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't have served them and would have left directly. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. There were no changes in the 4 seasons here. It was hot and dry all year round. There was also no rain or snow. There was nothing here except for the hot wind and dust. This was really a godforsaken place. Lei Xingfeng and the other 4 didn't leave the restriction circle. Even if they were going crazy from the suffocation, they still held on. Of course, Lei Xingfeng would return to the Mirror Realm from time to time, so he didn't feel too depressed. A low rumbling sound was heard, followed by another. Chapter 662. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "What's that sound?" Jian Yiwei's expression changed completely. He said anxiously, "The disciplinary camp's summoning bell. Those who are not here within 100 breaths will be killed without mercy. Run." He took to his heels and ran outside. Lei Xingfeng, Baspa, Ai Qi, and Grandpa Ma were stunned for a moment before they followed him out. Those who were late would be killed without mercy. Who would dare to be late? Fortunately, they were all cultivators. Once they rushed, their speed would definitely be top-notch. They were as fast as lightning. When Jian Yiwei, Lei Xingfeng, and the rest arrived at the disciplinary camp's plaza, there was already a sea of people. Lei Xingfeng looked at the crowd in shock. There were too many people. It was really a sea of people. This wasn't an exaggeration at all. It was a black mass with no end in sight. People were moving like waves, and there were still many people running crazily towards this place. Buzz, there was another sound similar to a bell. Lei Xingfeng couldn't figure out what was making this sound, but it was really able to transmit people far away. 100 breaths was just 100 seconds. Soon, there was an ear-piercing sound that made everyone want to cover their ears. That sound was too unpleasant. Jian Yiwei said with a pale face, "Those who are late are done for. This is the ending sound." In an instant, a seal rose up and enveloped the crowd. Lei Xingfeng was shocked because he didn't even notice that there was a seal here. Who set up this seal? He couldn't see through it even with his eyes. It was too scary. Suddenly, other than the area enveloped by the seal, the outside was tumbling like a pot of boiling water. With just a glance, Lei Xingfeng was completely stunned. This was a protective seal, and there was actually a killing array outside. The power of this killing array made Lei Xingfeng's eyelids twitch. It was too terrifying. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but say, "I heard you guys say that there were 100,000 prisoners in the disciplinary camp. I didn't believe it, but now I do." He looked outside the restriction circle. The killing array outside had reached its highest level. This was a fire-killing array. Its power could even stir up the underground magma. The first founding guard said softly, "In the outside world, unless you have the power of a mid-level Daolord, you're doomed." Ai Qi said, "Not necessarily. If you have an excellent defensive weapon, you might be able to escape." Jian Yiwei rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, with such a good thing, the family must be very powerful. There is no need to come here. Most of the people here are cultivators from the subordinate sects of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. There are very few people from the headquarters of the Ming-Zhe Alliance, and even fewer people with family backgrounds." Lei Xingfeng giggled and said, "Ai Qi, he's scolding you. Even with your family background, you were still harmed and brought here." Ai Qi said, "There's nothing I can do about it. The B*TCH is right. I have a family, a background, and a background. I'm just like him." Baspa's expression was rather gloomy. He said, "The people outside are doomed. I didn't expect the disciplinary camp to be so ruthless. They're doomed just because they're late." Jian Yiwei said, "That's why I was so anxious when I heard the call. People will really die." Lei Xingfeng was thinking, would he die if he was outside? In the end, he was sure that he would not die. This was because he could sense the activation of the killing array. The activation time was enough for him to open the secret door and return to the mirror world. No matter how powerful the killing array was, it could not kill its way into the mirror world. However, this killing array still shocked Lei Xingfeng. He admitted that his killing array was not as good. The range of his killing array was much smaller. However, this killing array covered the entire camp. It looked very frightening. The killing array was activated for about 10 minutes before it gradually stopped. When the restriction protection that enveloped the crowd was removed, a huge wave of heat surged in. In an instant, the temperature rose by at least 100 degrees. That boiling hot feeling forced the cultivators to release their own defenses. Only then could they resist the invasion of this wave of heat. Soon, the mission was given out. 2/3 of the people from the headquarters were sent out, and the remaining 1/3 were on standby. Lei Xingfeng and the rest were very lucky. They stayed with the 1/3 of the people on standby. 2/3 of the people were not prepared at all. They were immediately sent to the teleportation door, and were immediately sent away. There were about 60,000 people, and about 30,000 people were left behind. Jian Wei's face was full of joy. He said, "Lucky, lucky! You actually stayed behind. You scared me to death." Ai Chi said nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? There are more than 60,000 cultivators. No matter what they fight, they will be defeated." Jian Wei sneered. "Indeed. No matter what they fight, they will be defeated. However, your life might not be guaranteed." Baspa said domineeringly, "It was a false alarm. Let's go back. Damn it, this is a mess. Even if we stay in the headquarters, we won't live long." Lei Xingfeng said, let's go. Don't stay here." The 5 of them quickly ran back. Before they reached their residence, they were stopped by a group of people. The group was led by Du Lu's group. Du Lu looked at them proudly and said, "I thought that you guys would forever hide in that shell and not come out. Hee, now that the Great Assembly has been issued, how can you not come out? Haha, lads, who else can save you this time around?" The group of cultivators who followed Du Lu all laughed wildly. They looked like big bad wolves staring at little white sheep. Baspa's expression changed. He said, "There are too many people. Most of them are Dao Lord Patriarchs." There were only 2 Dao Lords among the 5 of them. They could not resist at all. Ai Chi's face was pale. He said, "We're finished. These people are still haunting us. It has been so long, but they are still thinking about us." Master Ma said, "All right. We're going to be killed this time. Brother Lei, what should we do?" Jian Wei did not run away. He knew that it was useless. Since it was Lei Xingfeng's group, there was no way he could escape. He said, "Let's go back to the headquarters plaza." If they retreated to the headquarters plaza, Du Lu and the others would not dare to make a move. However, it was not easy to retreat now. This was because Du Lu had appeared behind them. Lei Xingfeng said coldly, "Du Lu, what do you want? Kill us?" Du Lu said proudly, "Kill you? No. I can't bear to kill you. I just want to capture you. Then, we can slowly play with you. Haha, I won't kill you. I'll play you to death. Ha. The group of people had a cruel expression on their faces. They all had strange smiles on their faces. Jian Wei said bitterly, "Brother Lei, I won't let them capture me. I'd rather die than be captured by them." Lei Xingfeng said, "Very well, Du Lu. Since you want to fight me to the death, come at me." As he said that, he threw out the steel puppet beast. Du Lu and the others were shocked when the steel doll beast's huge body appeared. However, they immediately realized that this puppet was extremely weak. Du Lu asked curiously, "Are you planning to use this thing to fight me?" He was too lazy to move. Even if he stood there and let the steel doll beast hit him, he was not afraid at all. Seeing Du Lu's nonchalance, the others laughed out loud. The steel puppet beast was a low-level puppet beast. It was not a threat to these Dao Lord Patriarchs. It was too weak. Even if Lei Xingfeng took out a gold-level puppet beast, they would not take it seriously, let alone a crude steel puppet beast. No one made a move. They all watched as the steel puppet beast ran around. Lei Xingfeng was still talking nonsense. "Du Lu, I'm a restriction master. Don't think you can do anything to me. If you kill me, someone will definitely come after you." He sounded like he was bluffing. Du Lu laughed out loud. "You're nothing in the disciplinary camp. Restriction master? You're nothing in the disciplinary camp." In just a few sentences, the steel puppet beast ran to their positions. One of the steel puppet beast even pushed aside a Dao Lord Patriarch, causing everyone to laugh out loud. The steel puppet beast had no intention of attacking at all. It just stood there in a disorderly manner. Actually, Xianfeng was also sweating in his heart. If someone were to shatter a steel mannequin beast with a single slap, his entire restriction would be destroyed, and with one less steel mannequin beast, it would mean that the entire restriction would fail. When all the steel mannequins were in place, Xianfeng's heart relaxed. He didn't dare to delay. This was the only method he could rely on. In an instant, he activated the forbidden killing formation. Lightning killing formation. The most amazing thing was that the restriction killing formation enveloped Du Lu. This meant that once the lightning killing formation was activated, it would be very difficult for Du Lu to escape. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning roared. The sound of thunder resounded as a blinding light suddenly appeared. Xianfeng shouted, "Old man, old AI, follow me!" Du Lu didn't have time to react at all. A few bolts of lightning struck him, causing him to tremble. Green smoke rose from his body. That wasn't all, but the lightning bolts seemed to be endless. They kept striking down. This lightning-killing formation almost wiped out all of Du Lu's men. Some cultivators who were watching the show were also affected. The power of the Thunder Slaughter formation was incomparably great. This was something that Lei Xinfeng had personally tested. Once it was activated, unless one had the power of a mid-level Daolord, one would be able to struggle out of it. Beginner Daolords would find it very hard to escape. Lei Xinfeng had an idea. He led Basiba and the other three out of the lightning-killing formation and handed the control over to Jingxia. After walking out of the thunder-killing array, he immediately threw out another thunder-killing array, which was a mobile killing array. The mobile killing array was formed by silver and gold puppet beasts. It began to wander around the periphery of the thunder-killing array. Once someone left the thunder-killing array, he would immediately activate the mobile thunder-killing array and kill them by force. In any case, Lei Xinfeng was determined to kill Du Lu and his men, no matter what the consequences were. They were too much of a threat to him. At this moment, a large number of cultivators were leaving the square. They were all cultivators who were lucky enough to stay. Many of them had witnessed the massacre with their own eyes. They were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a way of using a forbidden killing array. Chapter 663. Lei Xinfeng was going all out. He had to kill his opponents even if he had to spend a large amount of big thunder crystals. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he fell into the hands of Du Lu and the others. At the very least, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Du Lu was going crazy. How could there be a thunder-killing formation here? The lightning bolts made him dizzy and his brain was in a mess. He led his people and struggled madly, trying to escape the range of the killing formation. However, the power of the lightning bolts was too strong. One lightning bolt could paralyze his entire body for a few seconds, followed by countless lightning bolts. Even if he wanted to move, he had to spend a lot of energy and strength. Some people couldn't take it anymore and suddenly released their true bodies, trying to escape the formation with the power of their true bodies. However, once their true bodies were released, the lightning bolts immediately gathered and struck their true bodies. No one could withstand such a concentrated attack. Almost at the same time their true bodies were released, their true bodies were destroyed and turned into ashes. One cultivator after another was killed by the lightning. Du Lu was extremely terrified. Not only did he release his sword seal, but he also released his seal. Finally, a few Dao Lord Patriarchs joined forces and barely managed to block the lightning bolts that were crazily slashing down. Slowly, the 10 or so Dao Lords formed a defense and could finally move slowly. Other than the Dao Lord Patriarchs who joined forces, the others who fought alone were all killed by the lightning bolt. Finally, Du Lu led 15 to 16 Dao Lord Patriarchs out of the thunder-killing formation. As soon as he came out, he saw Lei Xinfeng standing not far away with many humanoid beasts around him. However, he didn't expect the humanoid beasts to be the key to setting up the killing formation. This was something that had never been done before. Du Lu's eyes turned red when he saw Lei Xingfeng. He roared, "I'm going to kill you!" The other Dao Lord Patriarchs roared too. They knew that everyone else had died in the thunder-killing formation just now. Lei Xingfeng sneered. "Since you're tired of living, I'll send you on your way." He instantly activated the killing formation. Du Lu didn't expect that there was a killing array waiting for him outside. When the lightning struck, he almost cried. This was too much. Why was there no end to killing arrays? All the onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. This person was too powerful. A restriction grandmaster was actually this powerful. This was something they had never thought of. Some of the people who came from the headquarters of the Ming-Zhe Alliance finally understood why restriction masters had such a high status in the Ming-Zhe Alliance. A group of Dao Lord Patriarchs were actually defeated by the restriction-killing array set up by a Heaven Monarch. There were countless casualties. Even if they managed to escape from the restriction-killing array, there was still another restriction-killing array waiting outside. How could they continue to fight? This time, Du Lu had some experience. He ordered his subordinates to form a defensive formation to temporarily block off the lightning attack. He shouted madly in the thunder-killing formation, but his voice was completely drowned out by the rumbling thunder. Du Lu was extremely regretful. At this point, he finally understood what a restriction master meant. It wasn't just a fart like he had said. A restriction master could really kill cultivators at the level of Dao Lords and Patriarchs in a large area. This power was simply unstoppable. Lei Xingfeng didn't just stand by and watch this time. Instead, he led Baspa and Jian Yiwei into the thunder-killing formation and attacked it madly. As long as they disrupted the defense of this group of people, they would all die in the formation. Du Lu ordered everyone to work together to defend against the lightning attack. Then, they desperately tried to break out of the formation. However, the thunder-killing formation this time was completely different from the previous one. This time, the thunder-killing formation could move. In other words, no matter where Du Lu and his subordinates moved, the entire thunder-killing formation would move as well. There was no way for them to escape the range of the restriction. The thunder-killing formation was like a millstone. It ground the people in the formation bit by bit, depriving them of their defense and strength. Even Dao Lord Patriarchs couldn't withstand this kind of consumption. In the beginning, they could still barely cope with it when they worked together. However, the endless lightning attack exhausted them. Moreover, Lei Xingfeng led Baspa and Jian Yiwei to launch sneak attack. Finally, under the three sneak attacks, they killed a few Dao Lord Patriarchs. The defense that Du Lu desperately tried to maintain finally collapsed. Instantly, a few more people were exhausted and turned into ashes by the lightning. Du Lu watched helplessly as his subordinates were drowned by the lightning. He was so terrified that he kept shouting madly. It scared him to death. This wasn't the time to regret. Du Lu only wanted to escape. He didn't want to offend a restriction master in this lifetime. This thing was too terrifying. It could actually set up a restriction-killing formation at any time. However, no matter how hard Du Lu struggled, he couldn't escape from the thunder-killing formation. He shouted in despair, I surrender. I don't want to fight anymore." However, the specialty of the thunder-killing formation was that it had endless lightning. The lightning was in the front and the lightning was in the back. The thunder was extremely loud. If it was an ordinary person, just the sound of the thunder alone would be enough to kill a person, let alone being struck by the lightning. Very soon, Du Lu realized that there was no one around him. He was the only one left, and he was covered in wounds. It was useless even if he kept pouring medicine into his mouth. His medicine was all low-grade medicine, and it couldn't heal his wounds quickly. Suddenly, the lightning disappeared. Du Lu looked around in a daze. His ears suddenly quieted down. It was very uncomfortable for him. Lei Xingfeng and the others looked at him coldly. Du Lu looked around in shock. He realized that there were no more subordinates around. They were all turned into ashes by the lightning. Actually, Baspa, Aichi, Grandpa Ma, and Jianiwei were even more shocked. Disregarding everything else, this killing array had actually killed nearly 100 people in one go. Most of them were even Dao Lord Patriarchs. This was simply too frightening. Du Lu was extremely flustered. He suddenly understood that he didn't have the upper hand at all. As long as the opponent released the restriction killing formation at any time, no matter how many of him there were, he wouldn't be able to kill them. He had really kicked an iron board this time. No, he had kicked an iron wall. He quickly said, "I surrender." Lei Xingfeng said coldly, "If I was caught by you guys just now, would it have worked if I said, 'I surrender'?" Du Lu said nervously, "Yes, it would have worked." This time, even Baspa and the others couldn't stop. Baspa shouted angrily, "Bullsh *T." Du Lu was so frightened that he trembled. He said, "Yes, yes, I'm Bullsh *Ting, Bullsh *Ting." There was an uproar among the onlookers. One should know that Du Lu was considered a top figure, but he was in such a sorry state. Lei Xingfeng said, "I didn't plan to provoke you from the start, but you trapped me for so long. We didn't want to get into a conflict during this gathering. We tried our best to go back, but you guys still blocked us here. I'm curious, do I look like I'm easy to bully?" Du Lu's mouth moved. He didn't know what to say to get out of this disaster. Indeed, he thought that Lei Xingfeng and the others were easy to bully. Moreover, they had a large amount of food and water. This was what he wanted the most. Later on, he was even more envious of the materials that could be exchanged for so much food and water. This was also why he wanted to capture Lei Xingfeng alive. He wanted to torture him and make him spit out all the benefits. This was his real goal. Aichi sneered and said, "He's just envious. He wants to rob us when he sees that we're rich." He saw it very clearly, so he was direct with his words. The reason why Lei Xingfeng didn't kill him in the thunder-killing formation was because he wanted to let the onlookers know what happened through the conversation. Otherwise, it would be quite shocking if he killed almost 100 people in one go. He was also afraid that someone would take advantage of this. According to the viewpoint of his previous life, he should at least be on the side of reason. Although he might not have the same viewpoint as the people here, this way, Lei Xingfeng would be at ease. "I'm on the side of reason, so I can suppress you." Once Du Lu's subordinates were taken away, Du Lu's performance was just like a cultivator who met a strong enemy. He lost all his arrogance and said with a pale face, "I'm blind. I'm a bastard." There was an uproar among the onlookers. Many of them knew Du Lu. This fellow was definitely a tyrant in the disciplinary camp. They didn't expect him to be so cowardly because of a few brats. Someone shouted, "Du Lu, you're not a man. Du Lu, you coward. Du Lu, you deserve to die. Why don't you go and die?" The onlookers scolded him. It was obvious that this fellow wasn't popular. Du Lu lowered his head as evil thoughts flashed in his mind. However, he couldn't make a move now. He wanted to find an opportunity to severely injure Lei Xingfeng. Even if Lei Xingfeng was a peak-stage heaven monarch, Du Lu believed that as long as he attacked with all his strength, he would definitely be able to severely injure Lei Xingfeng. Then, he would have the confidence to escape. Lei Xingfeng held the restriction in his hand. He expanded the range of the restriction to about a few hundred meters. He believed that as long as Du Lu moved, he would definitely be able to trap Du Lu in the killing formation. Du Lu wouldn't be able to escape. Du Lu lowered his head and said, "I admit defeat. Let me go this time." Ba Siba said angrily, "Let us go this time? Damn it, you're a bastard." Du Lu suddenly exploded and shouted, "I'm a bastard. Die." His body flashed as he pounced towards Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng was already prepared. When Du Lu's body flashed, he activated the thunder-killing formation. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Those puppets moved at the same time. When Du Lu pounced towards him, Lei Xingfeng was already 10 meters away. He howled and jumped up again. Before he could jump off the ground, a huge bolt of lightning struck him. Boom! Thunder rumbled. This time, Lei Xingfeng used a single target attack. He didn't use a group attack and only attacked a single target. This bolt of lightning instantly froze Du Lu on the spot. Before he could recover, another thick bolt of lightning struck his body along with a deafening explosion. Bolts of lightning came one after another. The power was absolutely shocking. As it was attacking a single target, the entire killing formation's power was increased by several folds. Chapter 664. Lei Xingfeng controlled the restriction core and continuously released thunderbolt. Thunderbolt after thunderbolt, lightning after lightning. Everyone who was watching could clearly see Du Lu's miserable state. After more than 10 thunderbolts, Du Lu's body was already smoking. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Lei Xingfeng shouted, "Die!" Instantly, more than 10 thunderbolts struck down. He activated all the energy in the 2 large thunder crystals in one breath. Instantly, the thunderbolts were as thick as water tank. No one could look at them directly. Everyone closed their eyes because it was too bright. It was as if more than 10 giant cannons had exploded at the same time. Du Lu was directly turned into ashes in the violent thunderbolt. Lei Xingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. He had used up 6 large thunder crystals this time. It made his heart ache. Every large thunder crystal he used was one less. He didn't know how long it would take for the magnetic storm mountain range to condense more thunder crystals. Lei Xingfeng hated this kind of battle the most. The ground was clean, and Du Lu had disappeared without a trace. A gust of hot wind blew past, and all the onlookers couldn't help but shiver. They watched as a Tao Lord Patriarch was cleanly eliminated by a Heaven Lord. Even his ashes were blown away by the wind. Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go." This time, Lei Xingfeng didn't keep the puppet beast. Instead, he walked with the puppet beast. The puppet beast was still moving according to the position of the restriction killing array. If anyone dared to attack them, he could immediately activate the restriction killing array. With Ba Si Ba and the others, Xian Feng swaggered away, returning to his own place. When he returned to the restriction at home, Basiba shouted, "Brother Lei, you're too powerful. Ha 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 ha. You actually killed so many people. That felt great. I want to learn restrictions. Shao Qi, we're both restriction masters. Why is there such a big difference between us?" Ai Qi said angrily, "Brother Lei is a restriction master. I'm a restriction master. Of course there's a big difference. How can we compare?" Master Ma said, "Brother Lei, you're famous now. No one in the disciplinary camp will dare to offend you. You killed so many Tao Lord Patriarchs in one go. TSK. It's really scary. To tell you the truth, my legs are still a little weak." Ai Qi said, Yes. When I was blocked by Du Lu, I thought that I was dead for sure this time. I didn't expect Brother Lei to be so fierce. Haha, he actually killed all of them. This is so King satisfying." Jianny Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect Brother Lei to be so powerful. What kind of restriction is this? It is terrifying. Are all restriction masters so powerful?" Ai said proudly, "Restrictions killing, of course. In the Ming-Zhe Alliance, restriction masters were the #1 profession. The best. Otherwise, my family wouldn't forced me to enter the restriction headquarters." Jianny Wei said, "You still want your family to force you to go to the restriction headquarters? Sai, you really don't know how lucky you are. Even if we want to learn, we can't find a place. We can only cultivate desperately and look for materials to advance. That's the real hard work. In the end, even if we become Tao Lord Patriarchs, we're still cannon fodder." Xian Feng spoke. "Didn't I also become cannon fodder? Last time, during the war in Weiqiang continent, I was the cannon fodder of the cannon fodder." If I didn't know how to use restrictions to kill a large group of outsiders, I wouldn't have been able to go to the headquarters of Mingzhe Alliance. Jian Wei said, "You actually went to the Tail Spear continent. Our discipline camp also went there and lost a lot of people. However, it wasn't our mission in the later stages. I heard that a lot of people from the Death Vanguard camp died, so it was our discipline camp's turn." Lei Xingfeng said, "You guys might be better off. Almost all the experts we recruited from the sects were killed. Very few came back alive." Jian Wei said, "Oh, it's time to waste the experts again?" Lei Xingfeng said, "You know?" Jian Wei said, "Everyone knows. It's not the first time. Wasting the experts is the strategy of the Mingzhe Alliance. Many people know about it and no one objects to it." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Why?" Grandpa Ma said, "It's very simple. A sect's resources are limited. Generally, those who cultivate to the Tao Lord realm have reached the peak in the lower sections. However, they consume the most resources. In order to not hinder the development of the lower sects, this group of people must be drawn out and used up. Otherwise, even if the Mingzhe Alliance keeps fighting, they won't be able to gather enough resources. The ones who would naturally consume resources were the sects below. The headquarters of the Mingzhe Alliance and its direct headquarters would not have such a problem. They were the ones who truly benefited. Of course, the outstanding people in the sects below did not have such a problem. For example, if you relied on limited resources to become a mid-level Tao Lord or a high-level Tao Lord, the headquarters would transfer you to the headquarters. Of course, if you had the ability to become a monarch, the Mingzhe Alliance would directly transfer you to the headquarters and let you be an elder of the headquarters. Once you reach the monarch level, the entire Mingzhe Alliance's resources would lean towards you. This was publicly acknowledged. The ones who were truly consumed were those Tao Lord patriarchs who could not advance or needed excessive materials to advance. These people were the most important consumables of the Mingzhe Alliance. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. Actually, many patriarchs of the small and medium-sized sects don't know about this. Aichi said, "There's no need to let them know. Otherwise, many of them will escape." Bath said domineeringly, "Escape my ass. They can't escape. You don't understand." Aichi said, "Who can bother them? Whether they are cannon fodder or consumption, it has nothing to do with us." Lei Xingfeng said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. They actually sent so many people for this big gathering. Where is the battle this time?" Everyone looked at Jian Wei. After all, this guy had lived here for the longest time. Jian Wei sighed and said, "I've been with you all these days. Who knows what's going on? Why don't I go and ask around?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Go and ask around. Where is the battle this time? Why are the people from the disciplinary camp being mobilized? Most importantly, when will the people who stayed behind be recruited?" Jian Wei said, all right. I'll go and ask around." "Alright, give me some food and water. It's the best to ask around." Lei Xingfeng didn't hesitate to give him a large amount of food and water. These things weren't valuable at all. It was just hard to get them here. Jian Wei put the food and water into his hidden Luan space before leaving. Since he had killed Du Lu and the others, he didn't have to worry about anyone outside trying to harm him. He ran out of the restriction circle. He had some friends too. Of course, they weren't good friends. They were more familiar with each other. It was impossible for them to do difficult things for him. However, it wasn't a problem for him to ask around for information. Moreover, he had food and water. Seeing Jian Wei leave, Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, let's stop trading for materials for now. I feel like we won't be staying in the camp for long." Aichi sighed. He looked in the direction Jian Wei left and said, "All right, bitch isn't here for now. We need one more player. Brother Lei, shall we play mahjong together?" Lei Xingfeng said, "You three can play poker by yourselves. I'm not in the mood for mahjong." Aichi's face turned bitter. He didn't know why, but the development of poker was very slow. On the other hand, mahjong was spreading like wildfire. Most people who came into contact with mahjong liked it. Aichi said, "Poker isn't as fun as mahjong. Brother Lei, come on, come on." Lei Xingfeng said, "No." Grandpa Ma and Baspa obviously wanted to play mahjong too. They said, "Brother Lei, let's play one round." Lei Xingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the three of them. Wasn't this addiction a little too strong? He turned around and left. As he walked, he said, "I still need to modify the thunder-killing formation. I don't have time to play mahjong." The three of them didn't dare to persuade him again. Just now, they relied on Lei Xingfeng's forbidden killing formation to save their lives. Therefore, when Lei Xingfeng said that he was going to modify the forbidden killing formation, they didn't dare to delay him. This thing was not only Lei Xingfeng's life-saving means, but also their life-saving means. Lei Xingfeng returned to his room and sat in the middle. He began to think about the battle just now. This battle was very important to him. He saw the weakness of the thunder-killing formation. This weakness was quite fatal. Once the other party was prepared, as long as he released the puppet beast, the other party would attack the puppet beast with all their strength. Then, his forbidden killing formation would be useless. The crux of the forbidden killing formation was that the puppet beast had to reach the designated location for the forbidden killing formation to be activated. If it was interrupted, the forbidden killing formation wouldn't be activated. If even one puppet beast was killed, the entire forbidden killing formation would be incomplete and unable to be activated. Once this weakness was discovered, the forbidden killing formation would be finished. Of course, Lei Xingfeng could use all sorts of methods to ensure the puppet beast's safety. However, it would be very difficult to set up the forbidden killing formation immediately. Unless he had a group of subordinates to pin down the enemy and give him 10 seconds to set up the forbidden killing formation. Among the people in front of him, whether it was Baspa or Jianiwei, even if they were Dao Lord Patriarchs, they wouldn't be of much use. Battles nowadays were rarely one-on-one. A small number of people wouldn't amount to much. Other than that, the other problems weren't too big. As for the modification of the forbidden killing formation itself, those were small problems that were exposed. Lei Xingfeng summoned the puppet beast and began to adjust and repair it. Some of the forbidden killing formation's components were already loose or damaged. This required Lei Xingfeng to repair it in time. After spending a day repairing and adjusting, the two forbidden killing formations improved a little. As a forbidden killing formation master, he had to constantly explore and learn to improve his skills. Lei Xingfeng understood this very well. Therefore, he was very serious about this. Chapter 665. After this battle, Lei Xingfeng's knowledge of seals had increased by another level. He was gradually consolidating his knowledge of seals. When he came outside again, Jianiwei had just returned. This guy was sitting at the table, eating and drinking. When he saw Lei Xingfeng come down, he said, "Brother Lei, I just came back." Lei Xingfeng sat beside him and picked up a piece of braised meat to eat. He said, "How is it?" Jianiwei said, "The situation is not good. The place we went to this time is said to be very dangerous. The location of the continent we went to this time is close to the outer realm, close to the center." Aichi's face suddenly changed. He said, "What?" The outer realm was a very interesting place. The border was very desolate, but the center was a place rich in resources. The deeper one went, the more benefits one would get. At the same time, the danger was also greater. Regardless of whether it was humans, outsiders, or beasts, they were all very powerful. The Ming-Zhe alliance was unquestionably the overlord of this area. However, once they entered the center of the continent, they might not have the upper hand. Jianiwei said, "Don't be surprised. The Ming-Zhe alliance has been coveting the center of the continent for a long time. Although we are very close, we are not in the center of the continent. The Scarlet Continent is the outpost continent. Don't you know? Aichi said, Of course I know. However, I heard from the elders in my family that even monarch-level experts do not dare to go in. Us cultivators, aren't we courting death if we go in? Jieniwei said, It's not that serious. The center of the continent is as many as the stars. What are you afraid of? If you want us to die, just kill us. I heard that the people in front are just scouting. Soon we will enter. I heard that it is a relic continent. A relic continent was a specific continent. It was a continent that had powerful cultivators in ancient times. Due to migration or extermination, what was left was a relic continent. There were many such continents in the outer realm. If the Ming-Zhe alliance was exterminated or migrated, then the Ming-Zhe continent would also be a relic continent. Therefore, there were many remnant continents in outer space, but very few of them were valuable, especially those that could be excavated. For millions of years, various races and intelligent extraterrestrials would think of ways to occupy any ancient remnant they discovered and then slowly excavate it. Therefore, now that a remnant was discovered, there would immediately be forces invading it. Lei Xingfeng also understood this principle. Just like the Forbidden Land, it was a classic relic. It was a relic. However, the Forbidden Area was a migratory ruin, so its value wouldn't be very high. The best ruin was one where an accident happened and the entire race was destroyed. Then, there would be a lot of useful things left behind. No force would give up on such a ruin. Of course, there were also many dangers in the ruin. It was normal for people without a certain level of strength to die in the ruin. This time, the Ming-Zhe alliance had discovered a relic continent. The first batch to go were the people from the discipline camp. They were the scouts, the sentinels, and any danger would be borne by them. Of course, if they really found treasures, or if the place was not that dangerous, then they would quickly retreat. The Ming-Zhe alliance would then send other people. In other words, there would be no benefits for you, but you would have to bear the losses. Lei Xingfeng said, If they don't send us, then the relic won't be too dangerous. If they send us, then it will be dangerous. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was a very obvious fact. Aichi let out a long sigh and said, We still have a long time before we can be released. This period of time is too difficult. If we are not careful, we might be played to death. If we go over and die in the ruins, there will be no news at all. Everyone showed a trace of bitterness. In this place, once an order was given, then it must be carried out. If they dared to resist, then there was basically no chance of survival. Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and said, No, we are too weak. If we go, then we will basically die. We need to gather more people and find more partners. Only by working together will we have a chance of survival. Master Ma said, But who knows us? Who would be willing to work with us? Aichi said, That's right. There are no good people here. Who would work with us? Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, This has nothing to do with good people or bad people. The most important thing is to protect our own lives. In addition, I think we have food and water, which is a very important weapon. We need to use this weapon to gather a group of people. We need at least 20 or 30 Tao Lord Patriarchs. Aichi said with a bitter face, Even if there are 20 or 30 Tao Lord Patriarchs, I don't think they will be of much help to us. I believe that if we are sent over, then we will encounter extremely powerful experts. Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, Old AI, you are a restriction master. As long as I successfully set up the restriction, you have seen how powerful it is. What is there to be afraid of? Baspa slapped his thigh and shouted, That's right. With Brother Lei's restriction, we have nothing to be afraid of. Aichi also reacted. He smiled and said, That's right. Sigh, I was also scared silly. With Brother Lei, we really don't have to be afraid. Jieniwei was still calmer. He said, We have too few people. Brother Lei is right. We need some helpers. Let me handle this. I will find people to join us. Baspa patted his shoulder and said, This really needs to be done by Bitch. He is more familiar with this place than we are. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Iwei, you will be in charge of this. At least 10 Dao Lord Patriarchs. If possible, 20 would be even better. He did not dare to say more. Who knew if others were willing to join? Jian Iwei said, All right. Brother Lei, what if there are too many people who want to join? Lei Xingfeng said, It's not good to have too many people. We can't command them. At most, we can't have more than 50 people. They must all be cultivators who are Dao Lord Patriarchs or above. His appetite had grown. He had asked for Dao Lord Patriarchs. His secret sect only had one Dao Lord Patriarch. It was really pitiful. Jian Iwei agreed and immediately walked out. Everyone knew in their hearts that they had to hurry up. Lei Xingfeng was actually not afraid. He had been to many ruins and knew how precious they were. Once he entered the ruins, he would be able to rely on the mirror world. He knew that after the ruins were cleaned up, the people who would truly excavate the ruins would definitely not be them. It would definitely be the elders of the various departments. Others would not have the chance to enter at all. Instead, he hoped to get this opportunity. As long as he made the arrangements, such as finding enough bodyguards, Lei Xingfeng would be very interested in entering the ruins. Lei Xingfeng said, All right, let's wait for Iwei to come back. I'll go back to my room first. With that, he turned and left. Ai Qi shouted, Brother Lei, we need one more person. We need one more person. Lei Xingfeng ignored him. He did not want to waste time playing mahjong. Moreover, he wanted to take advantage of this time to go back to the mirror world and bring back more food and water. Jian Iwei would bring many Dao Lord Patriarchs over. These people had to be supplied with some supplies. Lei Xingfeng returned to the mirror world after activating the killing array on the passageway. During this period, Lei Xingfeng returned frequently. As one of the pillars of the secret sect, even Wu Yang could not ignore his movements. Therefore, there were always people waiting in his courtyard. Once Lei Xingfeng returned, someone would immediately inform them and everyone would gather. Therefore, a few minutes after Lei Xingfeng returned, Wu Yang and a large group of people rushed over. Lei Xingfeng said, Prepare food and water for me. This time, I can't stay for long. I'll have to leave soon. Wu Yang immediately ordered his subordinates to make the arrangements. He smiled and said, What's the matter this time? Lei Xingfeng said, The shattered continent. Gao Yi said, What shattered continent? Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, A shattered continent was discovered. As the cannon fodder of the punishment camp, we might go there. A group of people have already gone there. If it goes well, we might not go. But if it doesn't and too many people die, it will be our turn to go there. Wu Yang said, Is it very dangerous? Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, I don't know for now. Of course, if it's really dangerous, the possibility of us going is very high. Thunderstorm cursed and said, Can we not go? Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, We have to go whether we want to or not. If we don't go, we'll die. I believe no one dares to not go. Thunderstorm said, At worst, we'll leave the Ming-Zhe alliance. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, No, I want to go. This is the shattered continent. Who knows what good things there are? I don't want to let go of such an opportunity. Wu Yang nodded and said, That's true. You can leave the Ming-Zhe alliance at any time. You don't have to worry about anything. Is there anything you want us to do? Lei Xingfeng said, No, wait for me. If there's a chance in the future, we'll go explore the hidden sect. Now is not the time. Wu Yang smiled and said, All right, with you in the Ming-Zhe alliance, there will be a lot more opportunities. Recently, we've already dug up a lot of good ores. In addition, we've already given up on the mine we went to at the beginning. Most of the ores have been dug out. The remaining ones aren't worth the risk, so we've all retreated. Now, we're concentrating on digging up the ore veins near the ring crystal mine. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, and don't be too greedy. In addition, bury the passage. Try not to leave any traces. Gucci said, it's impossible not to leave any traces. As long as the other party excavates, they will discover the mystery. They can still find us by following the clues. However, we won't give them the chance. Once they've dug up enough, we'll leave. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, that's good. There will be a lot of opportunities in the future. We don't need to take too many risks. Wu Yang said, Feng, don't worry. We'll keep an eye on the progress. You have to be careful. Chapter 666. Lei Xingfeng said, Grandmaster, don't worry. I'm very afraid of death. I'll be very careful. Besides, our secret sect hasn't developed yet. I won't take too big of a risk. Wu Yang was just worried. Just like how an elder would worry about a junior, he couldn't help but remind him. In fact, he was more worried about Lei Xingfeng than anyone else. He knew that this guy would never fight a battle he wasn't confident in. He said, what's special about this shattered continent? Did you get any news? Lei Xingfeng said, I'm not sure about the details. The only thing I know is that this shattered continent isn't simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent more than 60,000 cultivators to the disciplinary camp. Wu Yang said in shock, more than 60,000? Right, the disciplinary camp is filled with punished cultivators. Why are there so many of them? Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, just the disciplinary camp alone has 100,000 people, not to mention the branch camps. The cultivators going this time aren't just from the disciplinary camp. There are many cultivators from the disciplinary camp as well. The size of the Ming-Zhe alliance is beyond our imagination. Every time Lei Xingfeng mentioned the Ming-Zhe alliance, the upper echelons of the secret sect would sigh. They were even quite afraid of such an organization. It was too big. It gathered the strength of countless cultivators. Even the number of prisoners was beyond imagination. Wu Yang said, we don't know how many of the secret sects from our hometown are still alive. I reckon that there are only a few monarch rank experts who can find someone to rely on. It will be very difficult for them to exist independently. Lei Xingfeng said, yes, monarch rank experts are enough to be elders in the Ming-Zhe alliance. They can occupy some resource lands. However, the entire secret sect is going to be disbanded. It will be very difficult for them to support a secret sect. Perhaps they will become a family clan. In the Ming-Zhe alliance there are many such families. It's just that they will no longer have the right to be independent. Without an independent sect, it meant that they had to rely on a large force. Of course, this choice was not bad. The worst were those secret sects that did not even have a Dao Lord Patriarch. Once they were discovered, they would probably be destroyed. After entering the continent in the outer realm through Lei Xingfeng's secret sect, they would only have a slight contact with the local sects before they would be attacked and killed. They would not even give them a chance. Wu Yang nodded and said, that's right. Up until now, I've lost contact with all the secret sections. I can't find them at all. These secret doors were like small rivers flowing into the sea, instantly merging into the sea. Whether they lived or died, it really depended on luck. However, so far, no one had found any secret door that could be mixed out. Lei Xingfeng said, everyone, hurry up and cultivate. No matter what, our secret sect has gathered a lot of materials. Those who need to level up, level up. Those who need to find materials, look for materials. Our strength is too weak. There's no way we can enter the continent. Wu Yang said, let's take it slow. There's no need to rush. I believe that as long as there's time, we will eventually succeed. In fact, even Wu Yang himself did not have much confidence when he said this. After seeing the vastness of the Ming-Zhe alliance and the resources of the Ming-Zhe alliance, he really did not know when the hidden sect would be able to stand out. These words were to comfort everyone and also to comfort himself. He did not have any confidence at all. Lei Xingfeng, of course, could tell that Wu Yang lacked confidence. In fact, he also did not have confidence. When the gap was so large, even if he tried to catch up, it would be difficult for him to have the confidence to catch up. Gucci said, "Just be yourself." Wu Yang said, "Yes, just be yourself. There's no way we can compete with them now." Lei Xingfeng put away the food and water. This time there was a lot of food, so it took a few hours. Lei Xingfeng ate a delicious meal cooked by Jean Depeng before rushing back home. When he came out of the passage, he saw Jianni standing on the ground, looking up at the passage. When he saw Lei Xingfeng come out, he could not help but be overjoyed. Brother Lei, Lei Xingfeng floated down and said, "How is it?" Jianni said happily, "There's no problem. Many people want to join." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "How many people?" Jianni said, "More than 200 people. This is under the condition that I did not publicize it. I just found a few friends and told them. In the end, many people wanted to join. I did not dare to delay and rushed back. They will be here in a while." A short while later, quite a few Dao Lords began to arrive from outside the barrier. Lei Xingfeng asked Jianni to go out and welcome them. At the same time, he released his steel dolls and set up a thunder-killing array. He was afraid that someone would cause trouble. With the thunder-killing array, he was not afraid of these Dao Lord patriarchs. Lei Xingfeng arranged the steel dolls in a more sparse formation. This meant that the area covered by the thunder-killing array was quite large. Those who came in would be completely enveloped by the thunder-killing array. Uncle Ma and Ai Chi looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They knew that Lei Xingfeng was prepared and were relieved. Jianni brought in 10 Dao Lord patriarchs. Lei Xingfeng asked Baspa and the others to set up the tables. Then, he asked Jianni to go out and invite more people in. In less than half an hour, more than 70 Dao Lord level cultivators had arrived. Lei Xingfeng originally planned to recruit 20 Dao Lord patriarchs. He did not expect so many people to come. They were all Dao Lord level experts. Of course, they were all beginner Dao Lords. There were more than 70 people, but less than 8 tables were filled. There were still people arriving. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Why are there so many people?" Ai Chi said, "You are a restriction master. Even if you don't have food and water, it is easy for you to recruit people." Lei Xingfeng was enlightened. So there was this reason. No wonder so many people came when Jianni went out and announced it. Ai Chi continued, "Moreover, you just killed so many Dao Lord level experts. They are very strong. Of course, they will choose to follow a restriction master. Even if they go to dangerous places, they can protect their lives, right? I wouldn't be surprised if more people came. This is because Bitch didn't advertise. If she did, more people would come." Baspa and the others were delighted. The more people there were, the stronger they would be. Everyone knew this. However, it was impossible to gather so many experts without a suitable reason. Cultivators were very proud. It was a tradition in the Ming-Zhe alliance to be a restriction master's guard. It was an excellent job. Not to mention food and water which were in short supply. Even if they didn't have these things, the practitioners would still join Xianfeng's group. More than 100 people came. Including those who came before, there were almost 200 people. Lei Xingfeng did not want to wait any longer. He said, "All right, everyone, listen to me." The noisy scene suddenly quieted down. All the Dao Lord patriarchs looked at Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng said, "Everyone knows about this mission. The first batch has already passed. There might be a second and third batch soon. Therefore, I need a certain number of guards. There is no reward, only food and water. Those who are willing to follow me can stay. Those who are not, please leave." One of them said, "I'll stay." Another person said, "Other than food and water, what other benefits are there?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Nothing else. I'm recruiting this time to save my life." A few people got up and left without saying anything. However, when they left, more than 10 people came in. Bath said domineeringly, "This time, we are recruiting restriction grandmasters as guards. If you perform well in the battle, you may join the restriction grandmasters' guards. Of course, we won't force you. If you don't want to stay after the battle, you can leave." Aichi said, "Yes. Those who want to be the restriction master guards can register with me later. If you are only joining temporarily, you don't have to come to me." This time, no one left. The restriction master had a very high status in the Mingzi alliance. Lei Xingfeng could deeply understand this during this recruitment. At least half of the people went to register with Aichi. In fact, he did not want to recruit so many guards. It must be known that once one became his guard, he was responsible for providing a certain amount of materials. This amount would increase as the number of people increased. For Lei Xingfeng, it was a huge burden. However, he had to deal with this crisis first. At this point, many things could be ignored. In the end, more than 230 Dao Lord Patriarchs came. More than 100 of them asked to become guards. This number was far beyond what Lei Xingfeng could accept. With his position as a restriction master, he could bring 20 to 30 Dao Lord Patriarchs as guards. This time, there were too many people. Most of the people who asked to become guards were cultivators who had witnessed Lei Xingfeng killing Du Lu and the others. They knew that Lei Xingfeng was very strong. With a restriction master like him, their chances of surviving outside would be greatly increased. Some people who did not want to join the guards did not know Lei Xingfeng's strength. Soon, Aichi finished registering. He said, "Brother Lei, 112 people have joined the guards." Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. "I can't afford to raise so many." Aichi said softly, "Accept them first. We don't know how many of them can survive." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Yes, it's better to have some people than none." They took out a large amount of food and water to fill their stomachs. Just this alone made the Dao Lords very satisfied. It was only in the discipline camp that they could gather so many experts at such a small price. It would be very difficult to do so in the Mingzi alliance. On that day, more than 30 Dao Lords stayed while the others left temporarily. These people were the people who had signed up to become guards. Most of them were alone, so they decided to stay. Lei Xingfeng was busy getting to know them. As his guard, he had to be familiar with these experts. The exchange of food was temporarily suspended. The atmosphere in the discipline camp was getting heavier by the day. Lei Xingfeng and the others were also waiting anxiously. The others did not want to go. Only Lei Xingfeng hoped to be sent by the discipline camp. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.